to the appropriate election official. Then it's final.
If day includes a period after a particular day of the election, does it include a particular day before the day of the election? Or does your logic require a different consideration?
Forgive me if I may not be understanding the question correctly, Your Honor, but I think the key is that the election day is the day by which a final choice electorate-wide must be made. It can't be made after that day by voters or the electorate as a whole. But individual selections can surely be made before that day because there's still no final choice until you have an electorate-wide deadline.
Is there any limit to that?
As to how early people could vote?
Sure. They fill out a ballot if you're giving them a ballot and, drop it off 2 weeks before.
As far as the federal election day statutes are concerned, Your Honor, I don't think there is a limit to how early that could occur. I think you just need the day when the electorate as a whole needs to have chosen. There might be other practical or other barriers in that. Of course, elections are a very long process to begin with, the entire electoral process, so surely things are happening weeks and months before. But I think even a couple weeks before, even earlier than that in some cases, people are making individual selections. It's just election day itself is the day for the final collective choice.
Counsel, I want to go back to your answers to Justice Thomas. So I understand that Mississippi's particular rule says that it has to be deposited in USPS or with a common carrier, but I don't understand why Mississippi's definition in the next case would preclude a state from adopting a law along the lines of the one that Justice Thomas is proposing. For example, if I have someone in my neighborhood, in my HOA, who says, listen, I'm going to take everybody's votes in, what if the state said, that's fine, if you've cast your final vote and you've designated someone to carry your vote as long as it gets to the ballot box 5 days after Election Day, it's fine. Why does your definition preclude what Justice Thomas hypothesized?
Right, and I think, Justice Barrett, the answer is that submission to mail or common carrier is different in kind than, say, submitting it to a relative or sort of a neighbor.
What's the difference? They're not government officials.
They are impartial third parties that have a duty to deliver what they're owed without altering it.
But what about the definition that you're proposing precludes that? Your definition didn't say final as submitted to an impartial third party or final as submitted to a common carrier. You said the final choice has been made. And there are lots of different ways, it seems to me, that you can make a final choice, and you also have the problem of this revocability from the Postal Service, that regulation.
So I think, to start with the first part, Your Honor, I think we're going at a historically recognized form of finality. I think history is helpful in a number of ways, and one way is that as long as we've had mail-in voting, we've for almost as long as that time, we've had post-election day ballot receipt. Mail-in voting, I think in general, has been understood as a permissible, unchallenged method.
I wouldn't rely on the history if I were you, since you're telling us not to rely on the other side's history. Like, just because it's always been done that way doesn't mean it has to be done that way, which I actually find.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he knows what an appeal to tradition is. Right? Like, the question is whether there actually is any problem, right?
There's a good point in your favor. But then it seems to me that you're flipping back around and saying, well, absentee voting has always been done that way by common
And has there been a problem?
carrier, and so that's how
Don't break what isn't broken?
we would expect it to be done.
Well, I think it says something that for 100 years we've had people voting by mail, and that's been an understood means of submitting a ballot to the state. I think what it embodies, Justice Barrett, is there's an intuition that when you put something through the Postal Service, it's final, it's trusted. It's not like giving it to a kind of a non-official third party.
Well, what if a state came up with a law that said so long as a notary, that's official, that's recognized, certified that you cast your ballot on election day and it was delivered later by whatever means, common carrier or not, what in your theory of the preemptive effect of this statute would preclude that law?
I think 2 points on that, Justice Gorsuch. One, I think, is that...
Pick your best.
Well, I think one's kind of a point in our favor and one's kind of a point against our friends. which is that there's a finality of submitting it to an official, and
Yeah, it's been notarized by, well, how about a justice of the United States Supreme Court? Is that official enough for you?
I mean, it's pretty official. I don't think it's been
That's
submitted.
pretty official.
It's pretty good, Your Honor, but I don't think it kind of hits submission to the state.
Okay, well, that I wanted to explore, so that's not submitted to the state, even if it's notarized, an affidavit, it was final on the day of, and somebody brings it into the state offices a week or 3 months later, that doesn't count, but if it goes into the mail, it does. What in the statute, what words in the statute would you have us read that rule into?
Well, I mean, I think, just to make sure I understand, I think that's fine under my friend's view too, Your Honor. I mean, a notary could be.
I'm asking about your view, counsel.
Sure. So I think.
You're saying that's not fine, and I want to understand what in the federal law preempts that.
Well, I think, number one, I just am not, at least as I'm understanding the hypothetical, it doesn't appear to be submission to the state, Your Honor.
It gets submitted to the state 3 weeks later, just not by common carrier.
Well, I mean, if what you're saying, Your Honor, is that a notary has been deemed a sufficient ballot receiver under state law, then
Yes.
I think.
Then that's okay too. Okay, what if state law, so now you're saying that is okay?
I think it may depend on how, what the level of officiality
Well,
is.
the state says it's official, by God. When a Supreme Court justice or perhaps just a notary says it's official, that's good enough under your, it has to be, I think. And if that's okay, why can't a state say, how about a timestamp video showing that I voted on election day? Here I am filling out my ballot, and then my brother or maybe some aggregator of ballots brings it in a week or 3 later.
And
That's got to be okay too, doesn't it?
I think it's still just, I keep coming back, Justice Gorsuch, to this pedigree of submitting it to a state. I mean, I think as a good example.
Well, the state says that's official. State says that's fine. Ballot aggregators are great. And so long as it's a timestamp video or a notary or maybe a Supreme Court or who knows what, the librarian says you cast it on the day of the election, we're good to go, right?
I mean, I do still have some concern that it has not been submitted.
Counsel, why are you fighting the premise? In the Civil War, at least 2 states permitted military officers who weren't sworn state officials. They were federal officials, but not sworn state officials, to accept the ballots and transmit it by mail to the state, okay? And that was in the Civil War, all right? Since 1918, we've had laws like Mississippi. By 1944, 8 of them. Since then, 12 more by 1886. And now half the states permit absentee ballots that are dropped in the mail, correct? No different than in the Civil War. We have no federal law that says that's not okay, for the state to designate someone by whom an official ballot has to be given by election day, correct? And if the state wants to make it a notary republic, if it wants to make it a military officer, if it wants to make it a Supreme Court justice, if it wants to make it anyone, as long as it's done by election day, that's what counts, correct?
I mean, I think that's possible. We're not quite asking for that, Your Honor. I really don't.
No,
mean to fight
you
the
don't,
premise.
because you're only defending this law, and this law is very consistent with what happened in the Civil War. It's very consistent what has happened for over 100 years. There's nothing in federal law that has prohibited it explicitly, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
Well,
right.
Justice Sotomayor is asking you what I think she intends to be a friendly question, but maybe you want to think about whether you want to go that far. What if the state designates an official of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party who receives
I mean,
these ballots, collects ballots, and fills out an affidavit saying, I received all these and I will faithfully deliver them. Would that be okay?
Well, I think it's actually okay under my friend's view, Your Honor. We're not making that ask. I mean, as far as my friend's view are concerned, so long as somebody's designated a ballot receiver, they can be fine. Party boss, party bagman, relative, any of those, so long as the state says you are a ballot receiver, that's fine. The only thing that apparently is not fine is U.S. Postal Service common carrier. And I think that is, a very odd way to read those
Well, the
statutes.
Postal Service is not part of the state, and a common carrier isn't part of any government.
That's right, Your Honor, but I mean, certainly, we all know the status of the U.S. Postal Service as a highly regulated government entity with certain obligations. Common carriers, in a very similar way, highly regulated with similar obligations. And they give, in both cases, they're imbued with a duty to deliver what they receive. And in fact, a duty that's, I think, maybe a good example is the fact that the IRS accepts tax returns, which are obviously highly consequential documents with key timeliness requirements. The IRS accepts tax returns both through the mail and through common carriers.
Well, you will accept ballots that are received within 5 days after Election Day. That what is, the date that's set as Election Day, right?
That's right, Your Honor.
And you have a variety of line drawing problems. So we've been exploring one: to whom and by what means is the ballot to be delivered to the state? But what about the length of time that a state could choose? Isn't it the case that some state allows, will count ballots that are received 21 days after Election Day?
There are a couple that at the outlier, it's kind of canvassing and it can go that far. I think more common is about
Is that
3 to 10.
okay? Is that all right?
As far as the federal election day statutes are concerned, yes, Your Honor. And I think this actually gets to a good point that loops back to something Justice Gorsuch was getting at in a certain way, which I think he was saying, what in the federal election day statutes decides that? I think that's the key point in our favor. Is this is an area where states get to go first, make these decisions. Congress can step in, but the idea.
So there's no limit, except I suppose the day when the presidential electors have to be appointed, or the day when the next Congress begins, starts its session. That's the only limit on counting mail-in ballots.
Those are some of the limits, Your Honor, but I'd also say that the federal election day statutes don't require states to count ballots at all. It doesn't speak to counting, period. So, I mean, if a state really didn't want
Not counting, but being delivered. So I do think it is a consequence, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but just so we can wrap this up, that by any means and by any date up until the next Congress meets, a state can receive ballots.
I think for congressional races, potentially, yes, Your Honor. I think there are other Title III kind of things that push action earlier in the presidential context. But again, I mean, there's nothing, the key question is these are 3 one-sentence provisions, and we want to be, I think, very careful not to read them for more than they're worth.
And counsel, I was just going to say, isn't your point that the line drawing issues that have been raised are only problems to the extent that Congress thought they were problems? We're in a preemption dynamic. And so the question, I think, really is, what did Congress intend with its statement about Election Day? Did it mean to cabin the states so that they did not have the discretion to make these kinds of decisions? And in addition to what Justice Sotomayor has said, which is we have no federal statute that precludes this, I think we have several federal statutes that suggest that Congress was aware of post-Election Day ballot deadlines that the states had enacted, and in fact incorporated those in several circumstances. So can you speak to that? I'm talking about UOCAVA, for example, and some other federal statutes that indicate that Congress not only knew this was going on, but then it interpreted and incorporated the state's own post-Election Day ballot deadlines into federal law.
Sure, Your Honor. So I think that's exactly right. So UOCAVA is maybe the best example where Congress was told that about a dozen or so states have post-Election Day ballot receipt laws. It respected those explicitly as to a deadline for ballots in that law. I think the United States has agreed with us on that very.
And Congress wasn't worried, I think, about the states picking dates that were, we might think are too long or whatnot. That was not in the statute. Congress just said whatever the state has decided with regard to ballot receipt deadlines is going to apply here, correct?
And that's been the case for 180 years, Your Honor. And I think one feature that obviously we're searching for what do the statutes mean at the time, but I think it's very hard for my friends to explain the past 100 years of history and this lawmaking. The Soldier Voting Act in the 1940s was another example where Congress recognized and respected state deadlines, and it gets very hard to explain those things if you don't adopt the view that the federal election day statutes just do not set a ballot receipt deadline.
Well, I want to ask you about the recall problem. And before I get to that, throughout your brief, you say that that the federal statute does require voters to submit their ballots to election officials on election day, must be cast by election day, and that the election day is the day to conclude and consummate the election through a final selection. You agree with all those statements in your brief?
Yes.
Okay. But at the same time, you say, actually, it doesn't have to be submitted to an election official. It just has to be submitted to a common carrier. And there's a contradiction there that I just want you to first address, and then I'll give you my hypothetical.
Very good, Your Honor. I think when you put something in the mail, you're not, I think.
That's not an election official. FedEx isn't an election official.
Right, but the recipient certainly is the person who you're submitting it in the mail to. I mean, that is the recipient.
Of course.
And, right, Your Honor. And I think.
You submit it to FedEx and they deliver it to the election official. But you say it has to be submitted to an election official throughout your brief, but then you say a common carrier is okay. And those two things don't add up.
Well, I think the difference is, say, sending it to your brother versus sending it to the registrar.
Well, we already dealt with that. The brother turns out to be okay, so long as the state says so.
I think that's okay on their view, Your Honor.
It's also
I'm a
okay.
little more guarded
Well,
on that.
I think you already answered that one. So here's the hypo. Let's say you have a state where a large portion of the electorate mails in their ballots on or close to Election Day. Not far-fetched. Many states are like that. Then, the day after the election, a story breaks that one of the lead candidates engaged in an inappropriate sexual escapade, or perhaps is concluding with a foreign power. Again, not far-fetched, I think. And the competing candidate immediately goes on the airwaves and urges voters to recall their ballots and to tell the common carriers not to deliver them. And many common carriers will do that with anything that you send through them. FedEx, you just call them up and say, I want it back. In that hypothetical, did the election happen on Election Day? Oh, by the way, it swings the election.
So the election did happen on Election Day, Justice Gorsuch. As we've explained, our ballot does not allow using mail recall, anything like that. When somebody submits their ballot by mail,
Just first deal with my hypothetical, and then I'll deal with your statute.
Okay. The election happened on Election Day.
Even though it changes the outcome.
I mean, I think.
Yes, it has to be your answer, doesn't it?
I mean, yes, Your Honor. I want to be clear about the.
All right.
We are not agreeing that the outcome can be properly changed in that circumstance.
Well, hold on. It did in my hypothetical. You can't change my hypothetical, counsel.
And I'm just saying it's unlawful, Your Honor. I don't mean to disparage your hypothetical. I'm just saying that it's an unlawful circumstance because we don't allow ballot.
Oh, in Mississippi. Okay, but that hypothetical could happen in another state, right?
I think if the state is not providing that on mailing there's a final choice made, I think that would be a problem with that law under the federal statutes.
Now you say your statute, you're different. You admit my hypothetical could happen, but you say it can't happen in Mississippi because recall's not allowed. I couldn't find that anywhere in Mississippi law. In fact, what I did see was a statute that says that the Secretary of State can promulgate rules and regulations. That's 23-15-637-3. And then I went and looked at the regulations. And Rule 2.1 says that an absentee ballot is the final vote of a voter when the ballot is marked accepted. That doesn't preclude recall.
And,
in fact, that allows recall.
I respectfully don't agree with that, Your Honor. I mean,
where does it say recall's not permitted? I couldn't find that anywhere in your statutes or the rule. And
I think by providing that ballots are final when cast under our statute.
No, it doesn't. It says they're final when marked accepted.
That's the regulation, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It's
it's your regulation. And it allows recall.
It does. Respectfully, it does not allow recall, Your Honor. The ballot
Show me where.
Would
you read to me the provision that precludes it?
It's subsection 3 of the statute that my friends have challenged.
I read you said subsection 3 that says that Secretary of State can make rules, and then I read you the rule.
To ensure that the ballots are final when cast. The key thing is ballots are final when cast.
It says no votes promulgated by an absentee ballot that the absentee ballot person's absentee vote is final. You can make rules about when they're final. And what the rule says is it's final when marked accepted.
And that's I mean, it's speaking to a processing rule about what to do when somebody's, when somebody's ballot potentially doesn't arrive on time, they submit an affidavit ballot. But I would come back to the text of the statute, Your Honor. I mean, final win cast is what our law.
Mr. Stewart, I just want to ask a clarifying point to this. Is it possible for a portion of Mississippi's statute to be unlawful, not just go with me here, a portion of Mississippi's statute to be unlawful insofar as it potentially permits recall, but still that, would not address whether Mississippi's statute was unlawful insofar as it allowed ballot receipt after Election Day?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I think one possibility would be like, hey, look, you need a more unambiguous finality here, and you need to foreclose recall period, full stop.
Okay. And on this question, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. When you said, yes, my friends on the other side say it's okay for private parties to deliver just like you do, are you saying that that's just a manner of receipt? And whether the ballot is received before or after the election, on all sides, everybody agrees that absentee ballots can be turned in by having, the neighbor or the party.
Hey, Burbanes.
This is what the president tweeted this morning.
Donald.
What the? Yeah, slightly. I'm just seeing if this quote is real. I like to hear it from his own mouth. You know what I mean? It's a habit of mine. Where the fuck is it? I guess I should probably do this, right? It was pretty recently. I guess this, calling Democrats the greatest enemy that America has, or something like that. I don't know. I think it comes from a little press conference thing in the White House. I think they'd post the clip or something, but yeah, it's because Tim Pool's paid by Russia, so it's fucking obvious.
It's time.
I remember this. I've watched every one of the PBS Spacetime videos. They're cool. I think Matt's a good communicator. I think his name's Matt, right?
Left behind. In Memphis, the crime became so horrible that residents were made prisoners of violence in their own community, in their own home. But with the help of the great people right here at this table and right here, it's a whole different story right now. It's changing fast, and it'll be record-setting in a very short period of time.
It was okay.
And I'll be here to celebrate it with you. You know, it's a very special state to me. I won this state, Bill, by numbers that nobody's ever won it before. We have the all-time record for votes. So I happen to like the state. I love Tennessee. Maybe someday I'll move to Tennessee. I might have to move there. No, I love it. You never know what that is. You know, you just have a relationship with the state. It's a lot safer than relationships with other things, I can tell you as a politician. But I especially want to thank Speaker Sexton, who's working with the task force to pass model bills that will be toughen crime to deliver permanent safety to the people of Memphis. And really, I don't know if you know, but they're looking at this all over the country, what you're doing. They're studying it. That's why I know your name so well. And all over the country, they're studying it. And
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
so I hope you do a great job, as simple as you can and as complex in the sense of we want to be tough. We want to be strong on crime because that's the thing. We want to have heart. We want to have fairness, but we have to be tough because some of these people are bad people that should have never been allowed to be here. Since I took office, we have successfully arrested or removed from the country over 500,000 hard-line criminals. And under our leadership last year, the murder rate...
sorry, how many? Wait, what? What?
People are bad people that should have never been allowed to be here. Since I took office, we have successfully arrested or removed from the country over 500,000...
Arrested? Arrested? Why is he including arrested? I mean, I don't even think there's been 500,000 arrests, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think so. I'm sorry, there's been 500,000 arrests. Wait, this includes multiple years.
hard-line criminals. And under our leadership last year, the murder rate nationwide
1 billion.
saw the single largest decline ever recorded to the lowest level
1 million,
in
trillion, billion, quadrillion.
125 years. That's something. That's something. And this is despite the fact that they allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of those people should never.
How many? 25 million now?
Never have been allowed into our country. So now I'd like to ask Director Gadi Saralta, who's really a special guy, and I've lived with him because of Washington, D.C. I saw what he did, but to say a few words. And congratulations for what you've done everywhere, but today we're only interested in one place, Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you very much, Gadi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So good morning to you, and thank you, Mr. President. Today we celebrate the successes of this incredible mission and all our federal, state, local, and National Guard teammates.
Dude, this guy has concert reverb on right now. What the fuck? They couldn't figure out the acoustics better than this? Dude, literally, he has a full-on, you know, pop singer reverb going on.
Who have contributed mightily to the Memphis Safe Task Force. Mr. President, it is an honor to be entrusted.
Oh my God.
By you to lead this amazing task force as Director of the United States Marshal Service. Your decisiveness in responding to state
It won't unify it.
and local leaders' requests.
And it's not general relativity. It's a standard model. standard model, and then quantum physics.
For federal assistance is inspiring. It was just over 6 months ago when you signed the executive order restoring law and order in Memphis. At that point, the city of Memphis was overwhelmed with unprecedented levels of violent crime, to include some of the nation's highest.
Also, I did not study physics in college. What the heck? Where are you getting that? Taking one class, or I took 2 courses on physics. I have an associate's in chemistry and associates for transfer in accounting, economics, and math. I guess you could say that I studied a little bit of science, but that's not what it is, energy. It's the standard model. And it's not general relativity. No one says general relativity needs to be unified with quantum. It's the standard model needs to be unified with it. Ugh. No, I did not study physics.
Per capita.
I took a few courses on it, and then I, just kind of consume a lot of content on it.
Rates of murder, robbery, and aggravated assault. Memphis residents could not safely enjoy a walk downtown. Parents were fearful.
Energy, one theoretical physicist telling you that doesn't mean shit. And also, the theory of gravitational theory is a part of that model. So maybe he was just telling you a specific part because of the way your questions are framed.
Of their children playing outside, and local businesses struggled to prosper.
But it's obviously not just gravitational theory.
The mission you gave us was clear and concise. Crime will not prevail in Memphis, period.
That's great. This is boring. What the hell? Well, no, there's a whole bunch of other stuff included with the standard model that needs to be unified, right? There's not just gravitational theory. Although gravitational theory is a big part of it, obviously.
When you attempt a solo, do you feel like everything you play ends up sounding scalar and repetitive like this?
No. Thankfully. Next. This stage is literally so good.
If you practice guitar for hours every single day, but your speed, accuracy,
Yeah, I know.
and
This guy, no, he's really fucking good.
relaxation barely improves, this video might sting a little bit. It took me over 20 years of playing and practicing guitar to realize what I'm about to teach you in just around 10 minutes. And if I had known this earlier, I would have progressed way faster and with way less effort. I'm sure you know that most guitarists believe that more practice automatically leads to more progress. In my personal experience from the last 20 years and from coaching thousands and thousands of students, I can confidently say it doesn't, because your nervous system doesn't really care about how long you're practicing each day. It only cares about what patterns you
Practicing good versus practicing bad. Something I suck at. Because I like to play music because music's nice. breaks down force doctrine.
If women collectively right now make an appeal to men for a right, let's say it's the right to eat.
Yeah, but not everything on the guitar will train muscle memory. Like, one thing I do incorrectly a lot of the time is I hold my pick improper. I'm starting to transition away from it, because to play speed, you need to hold it like this, right? And I often, when I first started playing, hold it with 2, and I have more stability with that when I do 2, right? But to play fast, it's like, it doesn't really work. So the way you hold your pick's really important. Rotating your wrist when you play fast, right? So, you can do that for 10 hours, but I wasn't really doing anything there. You can play scales over and over again, but that doesn't really do much either. There's like, you can practice wrong and you can practice correct. Muscle memory is a big part of it, but playing like meaningful practicing lines is good instead of just like playing random. Yeah. Foundational stuff first, but I'm not very good at that because I like to play music
Donuts, and we say no. What can they do about it?
By and large, not much.
Yeah,
if I force myself to practice the way that you're supposed to, I probably wouldn't even play guitar.
They can't do shit. But if, let's say, the enforcement arm told the collective of men that they could no longer eat donuts, can men do something about it? Hello, Dave.
Hello, I'm 33, Colorado.
Can you tell me how handsome I am, Dave?
I don't have opinions on that. I'm a libertarian, but
oh, okay.
I want to talk to you about force doctrine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can talk about force doctrine.
Okay, so I noticed you tend to bring up force doctrine when you're either talking to feminists or, I guess, like the concept of morality, right?
No, not for the concept of morality usually. So let's start with this. What do you think force doctrine is?
If I understand you correctly, you're basically just
it's just might makes right. I mean, what the fuck?
Pointing to the fact that all of our safety and all of our society depends on men, cops, military.
This is Andrew Wilson. I don't know why he's wearing his cap so low, but
people that keep us safe physically.
No, that's not what the core of force doctrine is. Though tangentially, you could make some arguments based on that. Force doctrine is a descriptor which is just claiming that women always have to appeal to men.
What? You can have force doctrine with men and men. What the fuck is he talking about? What?
Men.
Right? Or am I wrong? I'm pretty sure that doesn't make sense. I don't think there's like a gender associated with force doctrine. Sorry, let me turn captions on.
That women always have to appeal to men. Force doctrine is, though tangentially you could make some arguments based on that. Force doctrine is a descriptor which is just claiming that women always have to appeal to men for rights. Because
what the fuck? No, it doesn't have anything to do with women. The fuck? What the fuck? Whatever, man.
Because men have the monopoly on force in any society.
Okay, so
men can use force doctrine against other men. There you go. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
It is tied more so to the feminism stuff than anything else. Okay.
Yeah.
So then,
why would you agree to that?
I guess
it's wrong.
It kind of does tangentially relate to that other stuff too, though, right? Because the men are like what you mean when you say that? Like when men have the monopoly on force, is that like kind of by not by necessarily design, but by the way our society is structured, they're always going to.
Those are the same thing. By design and the way society are structured, unless he means inherently, which is stupid.
To be in those roles of like
no, not just by well, I believe it's by design, but whether it is or it is
by like God or something. God said men must use the 155 millimeter fucking artillery shell.
isn't. The scripture just works like this. Women
Force doctrine.
will never be able to not, unless there was no men, I guess. But
Women with a pistol will beat me with no pistol every time. Women who have trained to use said pistol, and I have a pistol, will probably beat me most of the time. Women with massive artillery shells and precision airstrikes against me, who has muscles, will win every time. An entire army of women in the U.S. would completely neuter some smaller country with just small arms. Or at least, depending on if you want to take over the country, I mean, we have to go a little bit further than that then, right? But trained soldiers, women or men, will win.
in a
We do not fisticuffs anymore, man.
sex society, which would be necessary for the sustainment of human beings, women will always have to appeal to men for their rights. And even
I just find this argument so stupid. I don't really get the point. You know what I mean? It's just historically this is true. Cool. Who cares?
if they had their own society, they would still have to appeal.
Men do not have their own society either. This is just dumb.
Men for their rights, because externally, if men exist, they can take women's rights away and they can't do anything about it. But
they could shoot me. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
True is not true. The same thing's not true for men, that men themselves can always change their conditionals for rights if they.
Isn't it true that women could also do that? Considering women have changed the conditionals for their rights? Or are we just forgetting that? Didn't women march in the early 1900s to get their right to vote? Didn't women get alcohol banned when there was too much of a problem with domestic abuse because of it? Isn't that the very thing you just fucking said? Or am I just losing my mind?
So choose collectively, and women.
That women did. No, they didn't. Men did not want booze to be banned, Bogos. Men did not want women to vote. Men did not want women to be able to leave their marriages. But look where we are today. Women can do that because they collectively banded together, and then men also joined in because movements can grab more than just women. You know, men's movements can grab more than just men. Yeah, I think you're kind of thinking about that the wrong way. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Can't. So we don't have to appeal to. Well, I mean, there's never going to be a situation where men will have to appeal to women for their rights, but they'll always.
Interesting. What about the right to child care? I mean, technically in a divorce, men have to appeal to the court and sometimes lose to women. Wrong there.
Have to appeal to men.
Well, I feel like it's a little bit situational, right? Like, I mean,
that's definitely not what they were thinking. I think you're giving way too much credit to people who cannot see the future. And I think you think people are much smarter than they are, Bogus. Because that's definitely not what happened.
it really just depends on willingness at this point in society because of the invention of weaponry and things like that, right?
Nope. Weaponry is not an equalizer on force. Not between men.
It really just depends on willingness at this point in society because of the invention of weaponry and things like that, right?
Nope. Weaponry is not an equalizer on force.
Okay. Weird. Can anyone tell me what the ultimate equalizer on force is, geopolitically right now? And if you're having trouble figuring out what that is, ask yourself why North Korea even exists as a country. And then you probably realize that, oh yeah, they have fucking nukes. And it doesn't matter how powerful of a country you are, because having a nuclear weapon is the ultimate equalizer on force, my friend. Are you fucking retarded?
Not between men and women, anyway. What's that?
Not between men and women. If North Korea had a woman dictator, but still had nukes, maybe internally because of the social reasons, so we weren't able to beat them in the Korean War, Bogos, because China helped them. But as soon as North Korea got nukes, the safety of North Korea was guaranteed. AKA, what happened? The equalizer force was the fact that they got nukes. We fucking tried to invade them before that. No, they weren't. We literally invaded them. In the 50s, you fucking moron. What the fuck? Do you forget that was a war? What the fuck? They didn't win? Dude, South Korea exists. They didn't win. Are you fucking stupid? What do you mean they won? God, Boko, sometimes you're so fucking stupid, bro.
How not? If like if
Because
if-
because let me ask you this, right? Have you ever seen like a cop?
Yeah. If North Korea did not have nukes, Bogos, okay, like for the past 30 years, I think early 90s is when they had their first nuclear test. I'm not sure. It's been a while. It probably wouldn't exist. So I think we can kind of say, has any nuclear country ever been invaded? Like, I mean, actually invaded, not like, you know, border skirmishes like India and Pakistan. That was their first successful nuclear test, but like, I'm pretty sure we thought they had nukes before that. Kind of like how the Iran thing is right now. We're a limbo period, right? Like, seriously, Bogos, can you tell me a single fucking country that has nukes that has been properly invaded? A single one.
A female cop get disarmed by a suspect happens quite
Dude, male cops get disarmed by suspects pretty often. The fuck?
often, right?
yeah, it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Well, because men are a little bit stronger.
A lot.
You didn't answer my question. And also, because we already tried to fight them, and China came in and, you know, supplied them with weapons. So North Korea on its own, you know, didn't have an equal force multiplier. China gave them weapons, aka equalized the force.
Stronger, right?
But once again, answer my question. Tell me a single nuclear country that has been properly invaded in history.
A little bit
Well-
stronger, like a lot stronger.
Stronger enough that it matters across the board. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
I mean,
but
it's a significant strength gap. And so the thing is that men are always going to be in a better position to use weaponry than women are, no matter what they are, no matter what type it is, because of that that strength differential. So they're almost, I mean, this is almost universally the case. I can't think of a single weapon that men
Nukes?
aren't better equipped to use than women.
More men are in the military and more men Sociologically, use weapons. Who the fuck cares? Plenty of women can be good shots. Society, at least in the West, kind of points women to do something else, though. I don't think it really matters. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean, I get how that applies to like our physical.
Yeah. The answer is 0. Thank you, Bogos. Took you a long time to write out something so dumb and still agree with me.
Reality. But like I could still envision a world where like we have like strong feminazis that are just very willing to use their weapons.
Look,
immediately.
you can come up with things that I would concede are logically true or could logically be possible, but they're not pragmatically possible or practically possible. So I could say, for instance, that a unicorn, there's no contradiction with a unicorn. A unicorn is logically possible. You would agree with that, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but that doesn't. But is a unicorn possible actually? No,
probably not.
Yeah, probably not. So
All right.
pragmatically possible. So that's where the argument sits, is on the pragmatic and practical possibility.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like pragmatics is kind of where I feel like we kind of.
I wonder what he's referring to, because there is no comprehensive, publicly available national statistic tracking how often police officers are disarmed during confrontations. So where is he making this claim from? Because there is no national statistic tracking this. Is he just taking like a single city or something and then just going like, yeah, women just get disarmed way more? Yep, can't find a single fucking thing. Wow. I'll try and do this a little bit better, I guess. We'll try this. See if I can find anything. Yeah? While we wait. Fucking. You have a friend, Bogus. All right. Let's see if women police officers get disarmed more than men, I guess.
Break down. We're talking about the way the world should be. So, like, do you have any?
We're
arguments
not
against
talking
feminism
about
that
how
don't
it
rely
should
on
be.
pragmatism?
We're not talking about how it should be. We're talking about descriptively how it is.
Mm-hmm.
That it is.
Don't you mean prescriptively? Doesn't he mean prescriptively if he thinks that this is like an inherent thing?
It's always the case that women are going to have to be.
That's prescriptive, not descriptive, you fucking moron. You are prescribing something here. You are not describing something. If you were describing something, then you wouldn't say it is always the case.
Men for rights, period. And there's nothing
but
that
what I'm
they
saying-
can
yeah.
do about it.
You think so? I mean, I can change it. I don't really care. I don't really look at how many viewers I have, so I don't really know.
Yeah, there's just nothing they can do. So, like, for instance, if women collectively right now make an appeal to men for a right.
Prescription, in this case, Lewis, means a something that is like universally, like divine command theory, you know, from the Bible, biblical morality, objective truth, those would be prescriptions. A description is where, and it's kind of like nurture over nature. Nature would be a prescription. It's just the nature of someone, you know, you're prescribing evil within them or something like that, right? A description would be something more like, because of a tumor in this person's head, they became violent. You're describing something that made them more violent. When we're talking about, you know, the way Andrew sees force doctrine, he doesn't think women can ever, you know, objectively apply force to men. He's saying that that is never the case. So he's not describing here, he's prescribing this. I don't know why he doesn't know that, but it's fine.
Let's say it's, I don't know, the right to eat donuts, right? They appeal to women for the right to eat donuts. Or women appeal to men for that right. And we say no. What can they do about it?
By and large, not much. They'd have to,
Nothing.
like, you know,
They can't do
sneak and
shit.
steal and stuff.
It depends on how many weapons they have. Bogos. Could it be the case that men and women both abuse each other similarly? They just do the abuse within a different framework because of sociological reasons? Have you ever thought about that? Because men and women are both capable of abuse. They're both humans. But the sociological aspect of this, the social ontology, means they have to abuse in different ways, correct? I've already disproved this for you. It is actually abuse by women to men is underreported because of what Dennis just said. Social ontology is the reason why. Because something else about abuse between men and women is that abuse from women to men is generally less physically violent. Generally. Or it's like, because there is a biological difference between men and women, the physical violence is not extremely brutal. Yeah, at some point. I know that sounds like I'm diminishing it. I'm not. But most people, I think, would agree that there's like a physical like difference between men and women, like a biological one, you know, physiological difference. And when men physically assault women, it's usually more brutal because they have a physiological difference, right? That's kind of what I just said, Bogos, but without so much stupidity in it. Okay? Yeah. But the IVT between women in lesbian relationships is not agreed upon. It's completely stupid because there's not a big sample size for it. So the lesbian violence statistics is not accurate, and you probably should not be using that one. But I remember you bringing this up before, and I remember completely, you know, owning you on it, and here we are again.
Yeah, they can't do shit. But if let's say the enforcement arm told the collective of men that they could no longer eat donuts, can men do something about it?
Women could also do something about that. They could collectivize. They could, you know, march. They could vote. They could actually kill if they wanted to, but most of the time, again, because of social ontology, women have collectivized under a different means. But there have been revolutionaries, violent revolutionaries that are women.
More so than women can.
More so than women can. They have the potential.
IPV, I just told you that stat. Intimate partner violence, I literally, it's funny because I actually said that phrase 20 seconds ago, beating you to this narrative, Bogos, and you still fucking posted it.
to change their conditionals in half. Women.
You're literally so fucking stupid sometimes. There is no agreed upon IPV, okay? Especially when it comes to lesbian relationships, because there's not a big sample size. So I'm glad you walked right into that.
Can't.
Yeah, I guess my comment on the situation is that like when
That's
you
awesome.
when you feel the need to talk about the pragmatic enforcement of an ideology, you kind of are stepping away from like, are they right on principle, or is it just the case that we can tell them to shut up if we want to? And I feel like one of those things is better to engage with than the other.
What do you mean?
So like if I'm a feminist and I'm trying to appeal to you logically, I'm trying to say like, hey, I think men and women should like live in our society.
Why? But here's the problem, right? We just hit the problem. Why does a feminist need to appeal to me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, well,
Feminist.
Men have to appeal to women as well.
Have to appeal. They have to appeal to the patriarchy to dismantle the patriarchy. They have to. They don't have a choice. And that's the thing. It's like men never have to appeal to the collective of women.
I don't know how he can say this. Dude, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, the March of Women, women's suffrage. Men had to appeal to women at some point. I mean, just because they don't, it's like he wants them to appeal in a certain way. You know what I mean? Like only the way that Andrew thinks is cool.
And they can just make them do whatever they want, and there's not.
I mean, women made men accept the right to vote for women, and own property, and leave their marriage, and have control over the kids sometimes, especially if you're a fucking, worthless loser who can't fucking support your kids. What does that look like, Andrew? The state can literally take your kids away if you're a worthless dude and give it to the woman. What kind of appeal does that sound like, man? Can you just force doctrine your kids back, you fucking weirdo? Like,
Not much they can do about it.
What
That's
are we
the point of
talking
forced
about?
doctrines, pointing out that women
Bro, what if you're like a fucking deadweight loser? You can't just force doctrine your kids.
and always have to appeal to men. They always have to. Men don't have to.
Men don't have to do the same. It's crazy to me. He just like can't think further than just like physically fucking like manhandling a woman, I think.
The same thing back.
Yeah, but I mean, if I took this at you in a different direction, right? If I said like, if we wanted to talk about morality, and I was like,
Dude, that's your answer to what he just said. Let's switch to morality. What?
like I think it's objective and everything like that, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because.
Later, Dennis. Mugabe. Feminists absolutely can have a very bad perspective of men, but men can be feminists. Feminism is just the acknowledgement and the slow and assiduous mental removal of disparities between men and women. So, like, here's a feminist idea. You're at work, and let's say you're like a 20-year-old single dude, okay? And you go into work, and you find out that a coworker of yours, who's a woman, a female, has been promoted to like a supervisory position. And your immediate thought is, that's fucking weird. Why isn't it not a dude? Why is it not me? I have a dick. And you think to yourself, wait, why did I just think that? But what is, what? I don't really care about being promoted. Why do I care about a female coworker of mine being promoted? Oh wait, I don't. It's meaningless. And then you're like being a feminist there. Because ultimately you have no idea why you just thought that besides like a social ontological reason. Like you ought to feel that dicks need to be promoted, right? Anyone I think who takes it further than that, and I mean this sincerely for like women as well, like, fourth wave feminists who fucking like theorize beyond belief, where they like scream matriarchy or something like that, and that, women need to be paid more to make up for the fucking lost pay from before. Like, go fuck yourself. I don't think it needs to be that complicated. The same can be true for men. Like, meninism to me is the same thing. Okay? If, like, you see a man taking care of his kids at the playground in the middle of the day, and then you think to yourself, why is that not a woman? Why is the man, like, watching his kids at the playground? And then you go, wait a minute. Why the fuck did I think that? Why do I actually fucking care? Like, what's wrong with that? And then you go, oh, I don't know why I did that. That's meninism in a way too, right? Like, that's as basic as it needs to be. Just acknowledging when your brain thinks these stupid social ontological things is kind of what meninism and feminism is.
The U.S. has the most powerful military arm around.
Hang on, if women want to appeal to my standard for objective morality, then they need to concede to hierarchy and men at the head of the hierarchy.
Ah, yes. Isn't God at the head of the hierarchy? But he's a male, I think, right?
Otherwise, they're not conceding to my form of objective morality. They're saying that morality is subjective. If that's the case, why should I grant them anything except, okay.
Logos, what's the name of your company you work at? I'm just curious. Hey, Reclusi. Yeah, the equal sports pay thing is dumb. The truth is like, sports is made up. And if people want to watch women play sports, they'll watch women play sports. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe in the future it might somehow all of a sudden become, women's volleyball is really popular. They get paid a little bit more. It might be for different reasons, but like... ultimately, your pay is not determined by your dick or your vagina in that scenario. It's how many people fucking watch the sport. So, I thinking that like someone in the women's basketball league needs to be paid as much as LeBron because, dick and vagina is just fucking retarded. So I guess we found some statistics here, and it looks like male officers. For a male versus female estimate, the cleanest conservative model is a relative risk split rather than pretending a direct national count exists, which it doesn't. Full-time U.S. officers, 87.2% male and 12.8% female. Detailed assault victim table. Female officers use less force. Sex-specific successful disarmament rates. Men were 1.64 per 100,000 officer years actually, midpoint around 1.6. So men are more likely than women to actually have their weapons successfully taken away from them. Weird. Why? This almost certainly understates the true rate of attempted gun grabs because the FBI disarmament variable captures successful physical disarmament, not every failed grab attempt. Well, I don't care about failed grab attempts. I only care about successful ones. Okay? So I don't care. I care about when it actually happens, when women actually lose their weapons. So what Andrew said earlier. Where is it? Come on. Come on. Come on.
At this point in society, because of the invention of weaponry and things like that, right?
Nope. Weaponry is not an equalizer on force. Not between men and women, anyway. What's that?
How not? If like
because let me ask you this, right? Have you ever seen like a cop female cop get disarmed by a suspect happens quite often, right?
It happens quite often. Well, there is no proof of this. And then I had to use AI to make a model, kind of, because, again, there's no national statistic for this. But, you know, I gave it some pretty good instructions to at least give me a plausible model, you know, use a reasonable and precise model here. So this is an estimate. Doesn't really capture attempts, but men, it's 1.6 for every 100,000 officer years. Women's 0.57, 2.80. So, no. Wrong. Kind of weird.
Yeah,
Yeah, why?
Well, because men are a little bit stronger.
I mean, Reclusi, competitive sports pay is based on just what people watch. I mean, if we think it's too much, then people should just stop watching the sport. I don't know. I don't really care about, like, the fact that some people make a lot of money. I care about, you know, underlying economic regulation, like how we allow that type of money to like flow into the fucking environment. So like companies that pay, you know, LeBron James or something like that, or like Shohei Ohtani, they essentially get a lot of this money because of, you know, extremely horrible government policy on how we like produce or create money, you know, through the Federal Reserve. And then we allow private companies to just fucking manufacture new loans and just go crazy with money supply. So ultimately we could probably pay teachers more and tighten the amount of private loan money supply creation, and this would fix itself. But I don't know if it's relevant to like say that LeBron is making too much, because we're just stupid, and that's what we think is that's the number, I guess, that people pay. I mean, Shohei Ohtani gets what, like $60 million a year in advertisements. Elon makes way too much because of what I just said. Yeah. Elon just takes out considerably more and more loans through private banks and is able to use the common stock of his companies to then facilitate the collateral for these new loans, and then never pays taxes on it. It's just like infinite money glitch. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Why don't we just pay teachers more with the money we create from the Federal Reserve instead of letting private banks just make way too much fucking money for no reason and inflate the money supply?
A lot stronger, right?
Probably
not
not
a
today.
little bit stronger, like a lot stronger.
Stronger.
Right? They appeal to women, have the potential to change their conditionals in half. Women can't.
Yeah, I guess my comment on the situation is that, like, when you feel the need to talk about the pragmatic enforcement of an ideology, you kind of are stepping away from, like, are they right on principle, or is it just the case that we can tell them to shut up if we want to? And I feel like one of those things is better to engage with than the other.
What do you mean?
So, like, if I'm a feminist and I'm trying to appeal to you logically, I'm trying to say, like, hey, I think men and women should, like, live in our society.
Why? But here's the problem, right? We just hit the problem. Why does a feminist need to appeal to me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, well,
feminists have
to get rights. Why does a man need to appeal to a feminist? Once women get rights, again, let's just hypothetically say you're like a fucking loser who, you know, divorces. You know, you get divorced with your wife, and the court finds that you're such a fucking loser that you can't take care of your kids because you have no idea how to like stop like shooting up heroin when they're in like the corner of the room. Well, unfortunately, man, I don't know what to tell you, but you're gonna have to appeal to the court here, and the woman, if she's not a fucking loser as well, will be able to get custody of them, right? And I'm sorry, are you force doctoring her to get the kids back or what? Like, what's happening there?
Appeal, they have to.
Okay, teachers. Some teachers are shit. That's true. But like, a good teacher is someone that you'll remember for the rest of your life, right, Lewis? Yeah, Reclusi, I was going to get to that. in the future, and it might be happening now, when teachers who were respected, you know, we actually paid them well, retire, and all that we're left with is people who honestly shouldn't really be teachers, because people who could be good teachers decided not to become teachers, then we're going to have a very big problem in the U.S., and I think this is coming faster than we think. Yeah. I don't really know, Lewis. If that happened, then that's not really a good teacher. Is this in the U.S.? Because it's one thing to be like, you know, if a Muslim kid says, we're learning about my religion, I think we should pray, and then he prays. It's another thing for a teacher to be like, we should all pray with him. That is fucking like illegal, obviously, for good reasons in the U.S., because we don't want to force kids to participate in rituals that could make them feel excluded. It's the whole fucking point. You said top teachers. Remember, we looked up the zip code of the school you told me about? And it was the richest zip code in the entire country, if not the world, Bogos. Imagine being a teacher in the most wealthy zip code in the entire world and only making $200K. Huh? Dude, imagine being a teacher, okay, a respected position, teaching literally the most wealthy kids on the planet and only making $200K. Everyone in your zip code makes millions and almost billions of dollars, and you're only making $200K taking care of their fucking kids 8 hours a day. When you think about it that way, it's not so extreme, is it? No mandatory qualifications? No, pay sucks for a teacher. What do you mean no mandatory qualifications? Bogos, do you think you could just apply to be a teacher right now? What are we talking about? Bro, you know, why don't we just, let's have some fun, okay? Bogos, you're near Toronto, right? I think we should have an experiment, okay? All right, Bogos. I want you to fucking apply to every single one of these jobs that I'm bringing up. I want you to tell me how it works out. Make a little flow chart for me. Tell me, put in your cover letter, qualifications are for losers, and then tell me how many fucking teachers jobs you get. What? What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, primary.
Appeal to the patriarchy.
Well, Reclusi, you're fucking stupid, because Bogo says you need no qualification.
To dismantle the patriarchy. They have to. They don't have a choice. And that's the thing. It's like men never have to appeal to the collective of women.
I have no idea how he just continues to say this, bro. They had to when they got the right to vote. They had to when the ban on alcohol happened. It was primarily by women who led that movement. Women were responsible heavily for the abolitionist movement, or at least a big part of it. What the fuck are we talking about? What in the fuck are we talking about? Women took over domestic manufacturing when men were in the war, in World War I, pretty heavily. They went in the factories and worked again. You know, it was a collective effort. What the fuck? Why do we have to just, like, be this stupid just to, like, sound, like, cool about men? Look, man, men and women are biologically somewhat different in the fact that, like, the men can outlift women on average and, like, beat them up. Cool. Who the fuck cares? Who the
just make
fuck
them do whatever
cares?
they want, and there's not much they can do about it.
How do you center your entire political ideology around that very dumb fact? It's just dumb.
That's the point of force doctrines, pointing out that women always have to appeal to men. They always.
It's called, I don't know what I'm talking about. Force doctrine is about might makes right, but that sounds too much like the Nazis and Hitler, so I'm not going to say that, I guess.
Have to. Men don't have to do the same thing back.
Yeah, but I mean, if I took this at you in a different direction.
Men, once again, men can use force doctrine on other men. Has you ever thought about that? No women involved necessary. Has nothing to do with women.
Right? If I said, like, you know, if we wanted to talk about morality, and I was saying, like, I think it's objective and everything like that, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter.
Oh, this part hurts. Reclusi, what do you make of this? This is some philosophical some magic right here, dude. Yeah, I believe in objective morality, but, like, insert worthless platitude. It doesn't really matter. Huh? What do you mean?
Do the same thing back.
Yeah, but I mean, if I took this at you in a different direction, right? If I said, like, you know, if we wanted to talk about morality, and I was saying, like, I think it's objective and everything like that, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because
because I don't know what objective morality is.
the U.S. has the most powerful military.
Hang on, if women want to appeal to...
Dude, I believe in objective morality, but here's a platitude so arbitrary that it really, you know, fucking like whirlpools myself into a mental black hole and then say how it doesn't really matter.
To my standard for objective morality, then they need to concede to hierarchy and...
Okay, well now I'm curious, Lewis. When you say projecting... Wait, projecting. Well, shouldn't you be told off for that? Wait, projecting? Did you mean to write projecting? You got to explain now. Go into detail, Lewis. Tell me more about this scenario. There's a part of me that really wants to be like, man, maybe you fucking deserved it, but I need to know your story first. I need to know a little bit more to see what's going on here. Okay, well, explaining, projecting, and defending are all different things, right? Projecting is kind of like emotional manipulation. And projecting usually means that, I mean, generally you're like taking a hidden quality, insecurity within yourself, and then you're, you know, accusing someone else of having the same thing in order to hide or obfuscate yourself. So the focus is taken off of yourself, right? But in this circumstance, it feels like projecting here means that you are injecting right-wing Christian views into every situation, which sometimes that doesn't really have a place, right? I don't know. Like, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm genuinely curious, by the way. I'm not trying to attack you. So, like, if I injected the fact that I was an atheist into, like, every conversation, and some people told me off for it, some part of me should probably recognize that, like, why the fuck am I doing that? You know, if I go to church or something like that with my girlfriend, which doesn't happen really ever, but if I did, and at church I was like, have you ever thought about atheism in the church? And people were like, can you shut the fuck up? I'd be like, what am I doing here, actually? Like in the middle of a hymn, and I'm like, have you thought about, you know, rejecting Jesus Christ? Have you thought about this? Just like lean over to some, you know, grandma. So, have you ever thought about how the Bible's kind of contradictory? Excuse me, young man, shut the fuck up. Well, that's an odd topic to bring up in class, unless your class was talking about it. Now, first, Lewis, where does the Bible talk about abortion being murder? Just for fun. I talk about this a lot on my stream, but this is an example of where, like, Christianity and the contemporary form of it doesn't actually know what the Bible says sometimes. And what you're kind of injecting there in a conversation is a contemporary idea. Yeah, but he prefaced this bogus by saying that he had a biblical Christian view on this. So I'm assuming he has a theological view here. Well, Bogos, why don't we let him talk? I know you don't believe in religion, but I have a feeling that Lewis here is going to say that he thinks there's a theological argument here, right? Correct? Is it not a theological argument? Oops. Let me get rid of the ads. I hit the snooze button. Ow, fuck. Hey, babe. Can you get me a... not the ice wrap thing, but just like the ice block, so I can use that really fast. Is it? Did opening day happen? Oh wait, they're not at home, are they? Wait. Hope none of you are there. Opening day. Oh, never mind. This is spring training. When you say abortion is murder, what is informing you of that opinion or that view? Is it? Do you think that Christian views believe that abortion is murder, or are you using a different argument? Bogos, how many fucking people have you been banned from? Bro, at least you're consistent. Jesus Christ.
Men at the head of the hierarchy. Otherwise, they're not conceding to my form of objective morality. They're saying that morality is subjective. If that's the case, why should I grant them anything except, okay.
Wait, why should I grant women everything or anything? Objective truth? Doesn't Andrew believe in objective morality? Shouldn't you grant women the very thing that you believe in because it's objective? Or did he just fuck his own argument on divine command? I mean, globalized, I've talked about this a lot, but that is my opinion as well. But when you say exceptional situations, okay, I remember that we're mammals, and humans, being mammals, have fucking awful pregnancies. If we were like fucking chickens and we could just shit out eggs and be like, oh, there we go, then, killing or blowing up eggs, like an analogous abortion here, right? We could make illegal because it's not as complicated. Like if you destroy an egg, then you're like killing someone, right? But we can't prescribe personhood that way. That's the problem. Because mammals are just fucking, we have shitty pregnancies. Evolution didn't really help us here. Like that's really the problem here, is that mammals have complicated pregnancies, and we cannot prescribe the described governmental rights to fetuses without really complicating things more or inevitably killing the mother and or the fetus for no reason.
Okay, then it is subjective. And so if we want to take this shit by force, we will, right? That's the argument.
Well, I was taking a step away from feminism just to show that how, like, if I focus on pragmatism and
a cold doesn't imply that there's some other fucking, potential, human being developed inside of you, right? Globalized?
other area, it doesn't get us any further in understanding our points, like, about morality, right? So, like, if I'm arguing with you about morality, and my point is, well, it really doesn't matter what you say. My country has all the right forces, so whatever I say goes regardless. We're kind of not having a conversation anymore. I'm just kind of threatening you.
No, you're still having a conversation, and you're not threatening anybody.
Yeah. I mean, well, Lewis, did I miss your comment? Do you inform yourself of the abortion topic or your views on abortion? Do they come primarily from like a theological standpoint, the Christian view? Because I don't, the problem with the Christian view on abortion is that it's relatively new and also relatively old. So like certain Catholic parishes felt that abortion was wrong very early on, wrote about it. Catholicism in the parishes thereby, extended, don't actually exist for every Protestant, and this is more of a recent thing for Protestants. Abortion was not really something that was against Protestantism up until like the 50s, I want to say, and mainly the 70s or the early 60s, late 60s, but started beginning a little bit earlier than that.
You're having
And
a
it's
conversation.
primarily because of the renegotiation with like certain popular leaders within evangelism and Protestantism in the U.S. But there really is not an argument for it in the Bible. You'd have to like appeal to certain Catholic parishes, early parishes, as well as like St. Thomas Aquinas, right? He wrote about it extensively later. He's not an early one, but he's like medieval, right?
Welcome to Democracy Now!
That's okay.
DemocracyNow.org.
You see, I'm of the same opinion, right? Like when I was debating on Speakeasy stream, or Confluence's stream, right? Some guy asked me if your girl, like just like that, if my girlfriend got pregnant right now, and he asked me, would you abort? Is that something you would do? And I said no. I said that I wouldn't want to do that. I personally kind of disagree with it. I don't really like it at all. If someone does actually use abortion as like a form of birth control, I'm obviously going to be pretty upset about that. I would, if someone told me that in person, my brain would immediately flood with thoughts of like, well, you're a shitty person, like straight up. My main issue is like trying to legislate it further than my own like feelings, because it's not something that's possible. My girlfriend does use contraception, yeah. But just to be clear, Lewis, the birth control pill or like the instrument you put in your arm is the same process. Hello. So, I mean, it's kind of doing the same thing, just at an earlier stage, right? The thing about like abortion in particular is that people start to identify with the fetus as being human the more further along the development is, right? So this is why it's a really annoying and horrible fucking process to like talk to people about this, because ultimately I can bring up charts, right? Like this, some variation of this. We'll just do this one for fun. Right? Where at week 2, I go, is this a human? And people will go, no, I'm fine with week 2. How about week 3? And they're like, no, it's not human enough yet. Week 6, heartbeat maybe, right? People are like, well, the heart starts to form then. So now I'm not okay with it. Week 8, I mean, what is the difference between week 6 and week 8? Heart's fully formed, but, you need like your CNS, you need skin. Skin is one of the last organs to develop, almost. Fully develop, at least. So, like, whenever you try to, like, pick a point at the developmental stage when you think abortion should not be okay or okay, you're going to have problems, because every fetus develops at different pace. And what is the real difference between 8 weeks and 6 weeks? What is the difference between 1 week and 38 weeks? It's just how human it looks, so that's what I mean. Where would you choose them? Because the anatomy never stops forming. So when you say kind of anatomy, if I asked you right now, legislate legally, what stage? What would you pick? Yeah. So week 1 or 2. So right off the bat, why not just at conception? Why week 1 or 2? What is the difference between 2 and 1? Okay. What if someone has a miscarriage? How would you legislate against that? Do you think that that's okay? I mean, it's natural. Women can miscarry all the time. Okay. How do you tell the difference, though? Because you're legislating this now, right, Lewis? So how do you actually tell the difference between a miscarriage and an abortion? Do you know? Well, you do know they look kind of the same, right? So at this stage, you can't tell the difference. So how do you legislate that? Because at week 1 and 2, a miscarriage is just you bleed out the egg. And if you get an abortion, you just bleed out the egg. So what do? You just treat every case like it's an abortion and you punish them? Or how does this work? By the way, 10 to 20% of pregnancies have a miscarriage or miscarriage. It's really high. Like really early miscarriages, because most women will just bleed it out without knowing. Right? Yeah, right, Haley. No, it's not. You can just get a pill. That's all it takes, Lewis. But what I'm a little concerned about now is, do you think there should be some sort of like, any drug? Or what if you took your medication for like ADHD, or you took like your anxiety medication and that's in your system and you miscarry? Are we just going to like say that she abused the drug and now we're just going to, send her to jail because she had a drug in her system? Or every drug you take impacts the pregnancy, by the way. At least a greater than 0 amount. So where do we draw the line? How much is now the woman's fault versus, regular miscarriage? depending on the grief too. I mean, imagine if the relationship between the man and the woman's not going well, and the man knows that the woman takes some drugs, let's say like recreationally, are we going to trust that the man, out of like anger and grief, doesn't just try to pin something unreal onto the woman? She took like Adderall when she doesn't have a prescription. Is she going to go to jail now? How much of that actually affected the fetus? This is why, like, when I think of abortion, even though my own personal thoughts are like, I don't like it at all, okay? I don't think it's possible to legislate on it. It's just not possible. You make consequences and outcomes that are worse than what we're trying to do, which is save lives, I guess, of children. And then you cause extremely brutal, births where kids are destined to die. So, Lewis, in that scenario, well, you know what happens? When a woman is legally now like a ticking time bomb for a doctor, this happens right now, actually, in this country. In states that have abortion laws, doctors do not operate on women. And we all sit there and go, well, there's a clause where if the woman is in danger, then the doctor will perform. No, they don't touch her until she's in sepsis, until there's like a fucking guarantee that she's literally going to die. And when you go into sepsis, you have like a 1.5 chance of dying anyway. So I'm pretty sure it's a higher chance to just be infertile. And that's gnarly. If you were me, or like we can imagine ourselves in a scenario where, let's say there's like a congenial defect in the fetus. It doesn't grow like a kidney or a liver, which happens. We know that it's not going to develop a fucking liver or something. And you're sitting there with the doctor, and it's like week 14, and the doctor goes, it's not going to develop a liver. This is a condition that's pretty rare, but your wife's fetus, your child, is not going to develop a liver. Normally, I bet you're thinking right now, they would schedule a procedure to do an abortion, right? You think that would happen, right? I think every CEO in the world would probably be open to extreme liability if somehow we started setting precedent for that globalized. This is why I'm not really in favor of doing that, because we might just inevitably hurt quite a lot. So, yeah, we know when the child's not going to develop like a liver or something, okay? This is a pretty specific, so like a congenial is what it's called, congenial fetus defect, non-formation of the liver, okay, something like that. It's obvious when that happens. So for this one, it's called agenesis. So the liver fails to develop entirely, or it just doesn't develop at all. Like there's something we can tell because there's like a protein that is not there, right? And here's the thing. When this happens, the doctor will not give you an abortion. You have to carry this fetus to term. Up until, to term, you have to give birth to it. And then what ends up happening here, Lewis, is you, the mother, everyone else who's watching the birth gets to watch the baby die a fucking painfully slow and awful death for like the next 50 minutes as it like gasps for air. Okay? That's what happens. No one will give you an abortion for that because the mother's life is not in danger. And a doctor will not risk losing his license, his job, or go to jail, like you mentioned, for something like that. They're not going to do it. They didn't go to med school for fucking 10 years to like lose their job because of one patient. It's the incentive there is insane, right? So in this very scenario, okay, a congenial defect in the fetus, all right, you are forced to carry this fetus to term and give birth and watch the child die, suffering in front of you. I mean, come on. To me, I feel like that's just cruel. I don't know. I don't really know the percentage of how often this is. People might say you're using an anomaly here, but like, I'm not really. Pregnancies are pretty complicated, so anywhere from like 1 to 3% of pregnancies are going to have some extreme fucking consequence or complication, and that's a lot. That's pretty high. That's a lot of women. That's like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands yearly. And we're just like letting them die or letting them become infertile. So a family that wants to have a kid, you know, a fucking, I don't care where they live. This happens in Texas often right now, okay? It doesn't matter, Bogos. Prenatal screening here happened, and they said the fetus will not develop a liver, and because of the laws, the woman's life is not in danger. You have to carry the fucking fetus to term. You have to give birth to the fetus still. That's fucking a fact. This is the problem with trying to legislate on absolutes. Because pregnancies in mammals are not absolute whatsoever. Here's the thing, Bogos, if you say the laws should have allowed abortion there, you are now on my side. Because this is the problem. There's a slippery slope, you know, if you go towards what you're saying, you know, like, or what I just mentioned, the trigger laws. Because the point at which you can define when is the fetus's life 100% over is impossible. Yeah, so Lewis, most abortions happen pretty early, okay? But like, so third trimester abortions, okay? Third trimester abortions are rare, make up 1% of all abortions in the US, and about 63% of those 1% are medication-based, or medical-based, okay? Wait, no, this is wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know what I mean. Yeah. It should be like 93%, I want to say, are medical-related. Well, let's see. It's not that we globalize. I think it's more complicated than what you're trying to say, or maybe you're misunderstanding what I think, okay? But it's not that I want to treat a fetus as not being human, okay? It's that, again, prescribing the governmental rights that we have described, you know, to personhood is just not possible cleanly. The only point, in my opinion, in which prescribing governmental rights to a fetus is at birth. That is the most, you know, non-liminal moment where we can be like, oh, now it's not as complicated. We're not destroying, you know, the rights of something, one or the other here. But anything before that and anything after, some people are like, you know, consciousness when they can feel pain, weird. I don't know how you would legislate that either. But anything that's not around birth, because birth is like the moment where a fetus becomes, you know, identifiably separate. That is the most non-liminal moment. But everything else is liminal. And now it's super gray and we fucked everything. It's, again, if we were like birds and we can just shit out fucking eggs, we could just say that destroying eggs is illegal and it's murder. But we're not. We're fucking mammals. It's really complicated. It sucks.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In a social media post, President
We do give some rights to fetuses, though, right? I mean, if a man, you know, intentionally tries to cause a woman to miscarriage, we do charge them with homicide. So we are willing to bend a little bit based on this complication if we feel like the moral justice is necessary. But I think those are actually, you know, anomalous cases, right?
President Trump said this morning he's instructed the Pentagon to postpone all.
I don't think it's not when they become human, X-Rocks. They're human before that. You know, it's not like non-life can't make life in the same way that, you know, we're talking about. Abiogenesis is obviously a different conversation, but like it's more about how we view rights in general. So like we don't give social security numbers to fetuses, right? And that's by design because we know that fetuses are not guaranteed to live at the, you know, beyond like what we would normally do at birth. So like when we look at birth, that is the moment that something non-liminal happens. That is the transition end, as in like it's now actually a person in, you know, that the government can protect with rights to the extent that we see in day to day. So it's not that they become human, it's when we can measure their personhood. Bogos' favorite word, but personhood is a really important term here. Yeah, arguments from potentiality are bad, obviously, because that's even more gray, right? I mean, ultimately, given enough time, almost every cell can produce downline or downstream some sort of like potential reproduction state, right? Given an infinite amount of time, so gray as fuck. I'm not really someone who likes that argument, right? Bogos loves the word personhood, but personhood is a word that I use often when describing the point at which we can prescribe the described governmental rights, because that is the moment of non-liminality. And liminal means transitory. Liminal means like a good way I can describe what liminal means. And I wrote a paper on this in college, which probably is one of the most lasting papers I wrote. Because the concept was fucking fascinating to me. But like let's say on stream right now, I just like stood up and just stood right here. And did that for like an hour. Okay? Just imagine I just like stood there for like an hour, and like if this stream was full of people, like most people would be like, why is he standing? Sit in the chair. You know, fucking come into the frame or don't come into the frame. Don't stand there with half of you in the frame, right? That is the concept of liminality. It's a transition, like a transitory stage where the human mind, because we like to compartmentalize stuff, we feel it as uncomfortable. Because we like to classify things, right? So, like transgender people, for the most part, are liminal to us, which is one of the reasons we have disgust towards them a lot of the time, or like uncomfortability. And that same concept there, like just imagine me standing like that with my head out of frame for like an hour, and how it would make you feel over a certain period of time. And fetuses, as they're going development, exist in that stage forever because the entire stage is transitory to us. Birth is the moment where that starts to no. Birth is the moment where that ends for a moment, and then we can actually like classify when rights can be given.
All airstrikes against Iran.
Another example of this is like if like the doorway between outside and inside right here. So if I open up my screen door and I just stood right in the middle of like the sliding track, so I was like outside but inside, like half my body was outside, half my body was inside, that would make you uncomfortable because it's supposed to be a transitory spot. Like your brain instinctively goes like, dude, pick one or the other. Don't stand in the middle of the doorway. Pick a room. Outside or inside. Don't fucking stand there. Children cannot get gender changes. No one believes that. No one agrees with that. No one does that. There are, in the U.S. right now, 925 or 917 children on gender-affirming puberty blockers. 917, that's it. And some of them are not even trans. Some of them are for like actual hormonal problems, so men or women who are not trans. Some of them are trans or like have been diagnosed with the gender dysphoria condition, and none of them are younger than 13, unless it's like a serious illness or like a hormonal problem. So when you say children, are you accurately describing what that is? Or it also takes a very long time to even get them. No doctor is prescribing puberty blockers to like a 9-year-old. We don't really think it is something that should be allowed. In the US, that's not what I said, you fucking moron. God damn it. Bogos. Stop typing and listen. I said 900 children, as in under 18, who are on puberty blockers, not fucking people with gender dysphoria, you fucking moron. We do not give, okay, puberty blockers to children or like people under 18 unless there is a real concern. And I mean, like, even there was like a meta-analysis that was done in the 2000s or the late 90s where it was like a 30-year-long Swedish meta-analysis that looked at a bunch of different studies for this, right? And I think it included like 27 different journals or different articles. And in the past, we did actually do what you were saying. A lot of the medical community was like, let's just prescribe them stuff. Let's just see if that helps them. And believe it or not, we found that it was not helping children to give them puberty blockers at an early age. It led to bad outcomes. So we pulled that back. We reversed that. We do not give puberty blockers to children whatsoever as a first response or even a second or even a third. And even then, doctors are extremely hesitant to do it if like someone's 16 or 17. The only difference here, Lewis, is I'm sure you know that men and women develop at different rates, right? Or different ages. So like women hit puberty at like 11, 10, 12, men 13, 14, 15, sometimes 14 probably the latest, right? Yeah. I mean, back in the day, it was thought that getting the mindset of a transgender person to like see their body as what they identify as was tantamount. But we figured out that that's not actually the case. We should not do everything possible to quickly change someone biologically to fit their ideological or their identity, right? Bogos is taking the personal route again, I see. I mean, Bogos is acting as if like he's in the room and like some doctor told him that this exact story, but I don't really feel like engaging with it. It's just fucking stupid. But men and women develop at different rates. So a woman who receives puberty blockers at 16, okay, is actually the same as a male who receives puberty blockers at 18. And it's kind of important to remember that because if I'm not mistaken, like 80% of that 900 I mentioned are women who are like under 18 and have puberty blockers. So some women develop really early, and it's probability that some of them might be, you know, trans. It's a very low number though. Obviously there's 350 million people in this country. There's 60 to 85 million children in school. 900 of them are on puberty blockers. That's a very low number. Very low number. And none of them are like 12 or 9 or anything like that. In fact, I'm pretty sure like over 60% of them are above 16, so close to being 18, and a woman, so they're like biologically about 18.
Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, claiming on Truth Social that Iran and the U.S. have had, quote, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, unquote. This comes after Trump warned Saturday night.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Bogos takes everything very personally.
He would
You think he's trans or something.
obliterate Iranian power plants if the Strait of Hormuz was not fully opened within 48 hours. Iran responded by warning it would destroy essential infrastructure, including water.
Oh, that sounds so bad. Bogos, quit scaring away my peeps. God damn it. Be a good pet. What? Fuck.
Intercept at least 2 ballistic missiles. Iranian state media said the missiles were fired in retaliation for an Israeli attack.
Why is this so low, bro? Ugh. It changed my fucking name. Dude. What is happening? I will fucking end you, dude. God. Sound weird as fuck. There we go. Holy shit, bro, that was retarded.
On an Iranian nuclear facility in Natanz.
How is it so low?
Iran also launched 2
Oh. Why is that going through loopback now?
kilometer range
There we
ballistic
go.
missiles
Holy
at
fuck,
the
bro.
joint
I'm gonna lose my mind. My focus rate, I swear to God, is just permanently fucking stupid when it comes to OBS.
U.S. British military base on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia Saturday, according to the Israeli.
Ballymena. What is that? Oh, is this, wait, just by seeing where it is this the Muslim, you know, the riots that happened? Or not riots, but the protests against Muslim immigration? Tommy Robinson shit? Is that what I'm looking at? What is this? Yeah. Yeah. What are my opinions on them? A little mixed. Let's see here. One sec. UK total immigration 2024. So I'm going to give you a complex argument here, okay? What is the total population of the UK? 70 million. Okay. Let's go even further. Full immigration to Bellamini. How do you spell it? Bellamini? Jesus Christ. Is that how you spell it? Bellamini, UK? By year? Ballymena, there it is. You see, immigration is not always good. People cite the David Carr study, and they think that like immigration is always a net positive. Immigration in the long term pretty much always becomes a net positive here, but there is something you have to take into effect when you think about immigration, and one of those is assimilation, as well as the fabric of social cohesion. So like, let's just do this one, okay? So the UK has 70 million people in it, all right? I'm going to pull up a calculator as well, so give me 1 second. I'm going to give you an answer that's not like normal, I think, because most people, I think, pick a side on this, but I'm going to give you more of like my opinion on this is that it's actually more nuanced. I think the race riots or the protests are stupid because it's a reactionary idea against something that is becoming a moral panic. But I actually think discounting it completely is not understanding what social cohesion is or how the fabric is kind of dismantled a little bit if the city is doing this much immigration. Because whether or not I agree that I think it's a moral panic and it's a little overblown, if it exists, then fabric, by definition there, in the social cohesion that exists, is damaged. Like, definitionally. So, if the city is rioting because of, they think, it's more of a problem, then it doesn't matter if I think it's a moral panic or not. The social cohesion has been disrupted, whether it's by, misleading terms or whether it's by, what I think would be more appropriate. I know why. I'm purposely avoiding that, Lewis, because I think it's irrelevant. I'm going to point out something that's more underlying here, the foundation of why this is important, okay? Because that's what moral panic looks like when you look at specific crimes, because people commit specific crimes and then you try and like fundamentally attribution error it to like a whole population. That's not what we do. We shouldn't do that. So, let me put the calculator up for you, okay? I'm going to show you why, in my opinion, something like this is kind of common, or at least can happen more. So, 70 million people are in the UK, right? Let's say, I think in the years 2022 and 2023 leading up to the riot or the protest, we'll take that. So 1.5 and 1.4. That's 2.9. We'll just say 2.85 million people came into the country. I mean, I could do net here, but that's not really, I'm not going to do that because we're looking at people who aren't assimilating that well. So obviously, I'm taking a number that's going to be pretty basic here. I could like account for different populations. If they're Indian, they're going to assimilate better. I don't care right now. I'm just going to show you raw numbers. That way we can make this make sense without trying to overcomplicate it, okay? So 2.85, right? And then we divide that by 70. That is about 4.1%, right? So what I want to ask right now is, a lot of the times immigration goes to specific places because it's not like they have excellent programs to like immediately push people who immigrate to every single area of the country. They usually have programs that identify spots. You know, like here's a city that is willing to participate in our jobs program. We send most of the immigrants there. Legal immigrants are contributing to this. No, seriously. Legal immigrants are contributing to this. And also, it's pretty hard to get illegal immigrants in the UK. What do you mean? Most of these people are legal. Almost every immigrant you have is legal. No one can swim across the bay, bro. Like, what do you mean? Refugees are legal immigrants, unless you want to separate them. How many illegal immigrants do you think are even entering the UK every year? Yeah, but how many? Realistically. And where are they coming from? I don't really see how that's the case when the UK has a generous legal immigration pathway. I have heard about these crises. I'm asking you the truth and the facts. So where are these illegal immigrants coming from? If they arrive on small boat, they claim asylum. So I don't really know what you mean by that. Do you see that number? That's in December, right? Oh, this is yearly, actually. This is year. 7% more. 2024 had, what is that, 46? So we'll do 497. Oh, shit. I'm doing the math here wrong. I can't remember my arithmetic. Fuck me. Okay. 43,000. All right, are you not understanding this? Guys, this is thousands right here. There's no illegal immigrant problem in the UK. I don't know how you guys think that, but unless you think that asylum is illegal immigration, which you're wrong. No, it's not. When we're talking about 1.5 million immigrants, 15,000 is nothing. 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 Okay. So what part are we not understanding here? That is nothing. In a country of 70 million, and what is this over a decade? 10 million? You've got to be kidding me. No, it's not. There's 70 million people, Bogos. I'm doing the math for you right now. Quit being a fucking retard. The UK does not have an illegal immigrant problem. It has a legal immigrant problem. I'm telling you how there's a legal immigration problem. That's the problem. There's a legal immigration problem. Can we continue that? Or I don't know why I have to talk about illegal immigration when it doesn't even exist in the UK. Well, that's my point. People boat across, and then pretty much all of them claim asylum. So it's legal immigration at that point. We're talking about legal immigration. Legal. Legal. Not illegal, okay? All right, can we move past this? So I can show you how I think that the UK has been stupid on its immigration policy. Is that possible? Can we do that? No, because the UK could just turn them around and not accept their asylum claims. Correct? It's not the act of voting. Yeah, Globalize. It is hard to do that, though, right? Yeah, I do want to show you that because I need you to stop thinking that illegal immigration is the problem in your country. The problem is your government is taking in 5% of its population every year in immigration, legal or illegal. And a lot of the immigrants are like refugees, people who literally are from war-torn countries and are not going to assimilate easily at all. So if you want my actual opinion on these protests, okay, it's not that there really is a problem per se, like the protests are saying. There isn't. There's not like a real problem of Islamic rapists running around raping like 3-year-old girls. Like, don't be stupid. But this is too many immigrants. So what's happening here in the UK is the social fabric of some of these cities that normally can take in a certain number of immigrants are being overwhelmed in culture and in you know, they don't create enough jobs to be able to handle this shit. Because taking in Indian, you know, fucking coders or like software developers or engineers is different than taking in fucking Syrian refugees. They don't have any skills. So like you have to somehow create jobs instead of like fill demand for jobs that already exist, right? And that's going to hurt the cohesion, the fabric of these cities. And it presents itself in the form of those protests that you're talking about. It's not just Roma gypsies. It's not just Roma gypsies. If I'm not mistaken, the example you brought up was Islamic people, right? Islamic people who, a brutal like case of, I guess, rape or something like that, which I actually have no idea if it's true or not. I don't really care. The problem here is like taking that and extrapolating it to an entire population. Yeah, I mean, at a certain, like, look how many immigrants they are now deciding not to let in. So the UK, over the past 2 years, has completely halved almost the amount of immigrants that they're letting in. That's not on accident. It's because much of the UK is like, dude, what the fuck? Why are we doing this? Why are we letting in this many people? And letting in 5% of your total population is too many. No amount of money in the world will fucking create enough jobs to fulfill that. And there's no way in hell the UK is like going to properly be able to assimilate them and get them, you know, correctly moved to the right cities You know, there's just that level of like of coordination is just not possible, in my opinion. For instance, let me give you that number in the United States. So the United States let in like, I think 2.5 million people on asylum cases over 4 years. But 3.5. That was our immigration crisis. Now, the United States is much bigger, much wealthier, and has much more room and more people. So let me compare the US to the UK right now, okay? We have 3.5 divided by 350. That is less than 1%. We, over 3.5 years, you know, had less than 1% of our total population in asylum claims. The UK is doing 5% yearly. That's just, I don't know how else to say it any more clear, but that's too many people. You're being stupid. And I think it's obvious that you'd have social fabric tear effects. So, I mean, bad move by the UK. I didn't really answer your question on like the Islamic or the protests in particular, but hopefully I answered the question more fundamentally. The UK is trying to fix its immigration policy right now because they were fucking stupid and just thought that like immigration just, you know, laissez-faire, a blank check, sans any care was fine. It's not. They're stupid. I don't really care about like the rape thing and stuff like that because ultimately that's just a way that people use their anger to try and justify what they think is the right way to solve this fabric tear in their social cohesion, right? And I'm not really interested in listening to people whinge about like, you know, how much they hate brown people because they heard a story about like, you know, a little girl being raped, so now they're going to extrapolate that to fucking every single brown person in the country. I care about like how the systemic part of this is actually maybe contributing to it. And that's pretty much what it is. There's too many people.
Military, it was the first time Iran had used long-range missiles in the conflict.
I'm not really sure if labor is not doing anything positive. I honestly, I don't really like talking confident about things I don't know. But again, to answer your question about like the immigration thing, you can be stupid about letting too many people into your country, and it primarily depends on what plan you have to assimilate them, the total population of your country, the amount of land available, the amount of development you can repurpose to include new people, whether or not the cities have a population that's big enough to help the assimilation of the incoming immigrants. Think Cuba think Miami and Florida with Cuban immigrants. Many people in Miami are Cuban, so when Cuban immigrants come, they kind of already live in a Cuban area because it's fucking little Cuba in Miami. Really easy to assimilate. If you had a bunch of Cubans, you know, try to go to like fucking Kansas, I don't know about that one, Chief. Not many dudes in Kansas are doing the fucking Havana, you know, like club promoting every fucking weekend. They're going to bars and like shooting wolves and shit. Bison, I don't know.
The Israeli military.
I don't know. I don't know what it's like in Kansas. My point is, this is not like Cuba.
Said Monday it had begun strikes targeting infrastructure in Tehran. Iran, meanwhile, vowed to lay sea mines to block the entire Persian Gulf if its coasts or islands are attacked. This comes as the International Energy Agency announced earlier this month it's releasing 400 million barrels of crude oil, the largest in the conflict. The Israeli military said Monday it had begun strikes targeting infrastructure in Tehran. Iran, meanwhile,
Dude, this guy right here, bro, he needs to be put on a leash. Talk about straight up. This guy has, I say this a lot, but he's done more damage to the Jewish community since like before I was born. You know, on Jeff Buckley's firing line, he's out there just like, I need to fucking kill Iran. He has caused more anti-Semitism than like Nick Fuentes, I think. He's just the force multiplier for Israeli hate and anti-Semitism conflation than anyone else on the planet.
Out to lay sea mines to block the entire
Kill the infrastructure, kill Iranians.
Persian Gulf if its coasts or islands are attacked. This comes as the International Energy Agency announced earlier this month it's releasing 400 million.
Oh.
I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
I forgot how annoying her part is, bro. Like, how did in the studio, bro? Just imagine like the dude with headphones on. He's all like, "This is good. This is good." Yeah. Is there a 5-year-old in the booth? Need a solo. Needs a metal version. Where did you come from? All right, back to the video.
Million barrels of crude oil, the largest in its history, in order to stabilize global oil prices. On Sunday, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tried to clarify President Trump's shifting messages on the war in an interview with NBC's Meet the Press.
Just to put a fine point on this, though, is the president in the process of winding down this war or escalating the conflict?
Again, they're not mutually exclusive.
Hold on, wait. Talk about saying a phrase without not knowing what the phrase means. How can you simultaneously have a escalation of the war and a winding down of the war, Mr. Bessent?
Meet the Press.
Just to put a fine point on this, though, is the president in the process of winding down this war or escalating the conflict?
Again, they're not mutually exclusive.
Yes, they are. One cannot exist with the other. You're either like bombing more or you're like bombing less. Huh? Bro, this guy is insufferable. What do you mean? That was incredible, bro. I don't know what just happened.
Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate, Chris.
Okay. Just when I thought he would make it worse. Well, I guess we can say that you would be escalating the war in order to maybe in the future wind it down. And in that way, they are both mutually exclusive, Mr. Bessent. Congratulations. Words and their meaning are difficult. That was impressive. Billionaire. Gay. Horrible color tie in comparison to his suit. This is fantastic. He's in charge of all of our money, everyone.
Saudi Arabia's ordered Iran's military attaché and 4 embassy staff members to leave the kingdom within 24 hours. The Saudi Foreign Ministry declared the 5 officials persona non grata, citing what it called repeated Iranian attacks on Saudi territory. The move follows an Iranian drone strike on the Red Sea port of Yanbu, Saudi Arabia's only remaining oil export outlet after Iran blocked the Strait of Hormuz. This comes as the Trump administration's advancing more than $23 billion in weapons sales to the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Jordan without congressional approval.
Oh. Nice.
In Lebanon, Israel struck a main bridge linking the south to the rest of Lebanon Sunday. The Israeli military has ordered its troops to destroy all crossings over the Litani River.
Oh, my God. Is Netanyahu going to take the plateau? He's going to do it again? He's going to try and take the strategic plateau on the South Lebanon? I mean, dude, this would do the opposite of helping me defend Israel, right? Like, it's almost impossible to defend Israel at this point.
And step up the demolition of homes near the southern border. This comes as Lebanese healthcare workers are accusing Israel of...
No, Netanyahu's just not showing his face because he would be in danger if he did. So he's just, purposely they're not really showing where he is ever because of that.
Deliberately targeting medical workers in facilities in southern Lebanon. Israel struck at least 128 medical facilities and ambulances across southern Lebanon, killing 40 healthcare workers, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. Since Israel's war in Lebanon began March 2nd, more than 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes. Over 1,000 people have been killed in Israeli attacks. This is a displaced Lebanese man in the capital, Beirut.
Last night was difficult. Like every night we have here, as soon as it rains, the tents get flooded and the covers get soaked, and we have extreme struggle. Last week, there were 2 storms, and this storm continues for 10 days.
In Gaza, an Israeli airstrike on a police vehicle Sunday killed 3 Palestinians in the Nuseirat refugee camp. Another Palestinian was killed in a separate airstrike on northern Gaza. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers carried out a series of attacks, setting homes and vehicles on fire and wounding several Palestinians over the weekend. On Saturday, Israeli settlers carried out overnight attacks in at least 6 communities. On Sunday, at least 10 Palestinians were injured in attacks by Israeli settlers in 4 villages near Nablus. According to the United Nations, Israeli forces and settlers have killed more than 1,000 Palestinians in the West Bank since October of 2023. In Britain, 4 ambulances belonging to a Jewish volunteer organization known as Hatzalah in London were torched early Monday in what British Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemned as a, quote, deeply shocking anti-Semitic arson attack, unquote. Security camera footage obtained by CNN shows 3 people wearing masks in all black approaching an ambulance belonging to the Hatzalah Northwest and setting the vehicle on fire. The northern suburb of Golders Green has a large Jewish community, home to several synagogues, dozens of Jewish schools, and other institutions. The flames caused an explosion that shattered windows in nearby buildings. No injuries were reported. In Sudan, at least 64 people were killed, including over a dozen children, in a strike on a hospital in East Darfur Friday. The World Health Organization said some 89 people were also injured and that the hospital will no longer operate. The paramilitary Rapid Support Forces blame the attack on Sudan's military, which the army denies. But the Associated Press reports 2 Sudanese military officials said the strike had originally targeted a police station in the region. The Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, condemned the frequent attacks on medical facilities since Sudan's war broke out nearly 3 years ago. He wrote on social media, quote, enough blood has been spilled. Healthcare should never be a target. Peace is the best medicine, unquote. In Cuba,
Fuck that. War.
Authorities have partially restored electricity after more than 10 million people lost power to their homes and businesses Saturday following another collapse of Cuba's national power grid. It was the second time in a week and the third time this month Cuba suffered a major blackout as the Trump administration's oil blockade worsens Cuba's humanitarian crisis. Critics have condemned the blockade as economic warfare. This is Havana resident Leonie Alberto, who's been forced to cook with firewood during the blackouts.
Life doesn't change. Ultimately,
Probably a
we're
lot.
stuck in the same rut. We aren't going to move forward. We're just going to stay right here at a standstill. Twice a week, cooking with firewood. It's absolute madness. There's no other way around it. It's just the hand we've been dealt. A solution is unlikely. We've been stuck in the same situation for 60 years. It is not going to change.
Meanwhile, hundreds of delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations have arrived in Cuba aboard ships carrying humanitarian goods from Mexico. The Nuestra America Flotilla brought the food, medicine, solar panels, and other supplies as a direct challenge to the U.S. embargo of Cuba. Here in New York, a
6.52.
pilot and co-pilot were killed while 40 passengers and crew were injured late Sunday when an Air Canada Express plane collided while landing with a
Diesel's
fire
cheaper than
truck
gas.
at LaGuardia Airport. It's
Doesn't diesel get kind of like, let's see. What is it? Distillation. A lot of our diesel's like ethanol, I thought, right? Waste oil. So we probably make a lot of our diesel with domestic oil, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. You don't need as much heat. Which means our refineries can make diesel a little bit easier. Because fuel oil, right, is you need, what is that, like an extra 160 more degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm seeing different numbers here. I'm assuming that means difference on factories, but yeah. Yeah, we probably make a lot of our own diesel. Yeah, that's why.
the latest in a series of airline disasters.
Correct. It is more expensive for fuel in other countries, but we don't tax as much on it. I'm not mistaken.
Under President Trump's second term, including a January 2025 collision near Ronald Reagan National Airport that killed 67 people. Sunday's disaster prompted LaGuardia to shut down
Wait, did this kill 67 people? I thought this only killed 2.
until Monday afternoon,
pilot.
at least until 2 p.m. Eastern. More than 400 flights have been canceled. Those disruptions added to travel chaos tied to the partial government shutdown affecting the Department of Homeland Security, which has forced tens of thousands of Transportation Security Administration workers, TSA workers, to go without pay.
Like just insert the acronym now.
Leading to resignations and high rates.
That's not what this means. Why are we writing this? Who the fuck are these people? Is this like AI? Oh, that's why. It's Steve Hanke. Got him. Is this one of the dudes on Reagan's board who wrote, is he the one who wrote the book Poor? Making Money Work. There we go, yeah. Who's the guy who wrote Poor something? It's just fucking trash. That's not how the U.S. can go insolvent. Most of the liabilities in the U.S., by the way, most of this liability is private companies, private banks. Nothing to do with the U.S. The U.S. is not insolvent, okay? We can just print more money, by the way, or make more money, monetary base if we need to. We're a fucking government, but Every single fucking year I have to listen to these fucking retards scream about things they don't know because they think that debt for a government works like a household, but, you know, whatever. I don't know who David Walker is, but I know who Hanky is.
Of sick leave. On Sunday, President Trump's so-called border czar, Tom Homan, confirmed plans to deploy ICE agents, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, at 14 airports to ease, he said, long security lines. The move comes as Senate Republicans Saturday blocked a Democratic bill seeking to pay TSA workers during the partial shutdown while negotiations to fund DHS continue. In Paterson, New Jersey, city leaders joined family and friends Sunday as they welcomed Palestinian activist Laka Kordia home after more than a year in a Texas ICE jail. Kordia was arrested during the 2024 Gaza Solidarity protests at Columbia University on charges that were later dropped. Soon after, she was detained by ICE during a routine immigration check-in in New Jersey. While in custody, Kordia was hospitalized following a seizure. Her legal team said her legs were chained to her bed and she was denied access to her lawyer or family. Laka Kordia spoke to supporters at Paterson City Hall.
It's been a long year and tough year in ICE dungeons. But
what a line.
I'm finally free, alhamdulillah. But
That hit hard, bro.
Still, my battle's not done yet. My battle to gain my freedom is done. It's not finished over yet. This is just the first step.
A federal judge has blocked the Pentagon's press policy, requiring media outlets to pledge not to gather information unless Pentagon officials formally authorize its release. On Friday, U.S. District Judge Paul Friedman in Washington, D.C., sided with the New York Times, which challenged the policy. Judge Friedman wrote, quote, "Those who drafted the First Amendment believe the nation's security requires a free press and an informed people, and that such security is in danger." Welcome to
this morning. I'll put the tweet up on the screen. So funny to watch the fake news, especially NBC and CNN. They are fighting hard to downplay the deal with North Korea. 500 days ago, they would have begged for this deal. Looked like war would break out. Our country's biggest enemy is the fake news, so easily promulgated
by governmental suppression of political speech. That principle has preserved the nation's security for almost 250 years. It must not be abandoned now.
Sorry, you're late. It was abandoned like literally 10 years ago. Imagine thinking that like we should just now start talking about this shit when, you know, I think the groundwork happened a long time ago, buddy.
Now, he said. In more media news, attorneys general from 8 states have asked a federal judge to halt a $3.5 billion merger between Nexstar Media Group and Tegna, 2 of the largest local broadcast station owners in the U.S. The Trump administration approved the merger Thursday after the FCC waived
It looks like a fucking World War II battlefield. Looks like I'm looking at Verdun. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Well then.
by fools. A pretty outrageous tweet.
It is outrageous. I mean, it's really not worth a lot of comment. It's obviously ridiculous. This president spends more time consuming news and information that he calls fake And what he really wants is to be seen as legitimate by these news sources, especially those that he attacks the most. So this is just using the media again as a foil to try to whip up his supporters to rally around his side. You know, we live in an age where there's a lot of information, not necessarily a lot of wisdom, and the news environment is so fractured and turned against itself that it's very hard to see.
You know, maybe Trump is right.
What you should see, which is a lot of people scrutinizing what happened in this summit, looking at the positives, looking at the negatives, looking at what the challenges are and the unanswered questions, and letting it play out, which is certainly.
And CNN most definitely did not contribute to this nonsense whatsoever by saying washing Trump for the past 12 years. It's unacceptable what he's doing. But right after this show, we go live to Trump literally fucking drinking from a fountain drink and eating McDonald's because we suck.
What we've been doing at CNN.
Julie, you tweeted this morning, let's see if I have this straight. North Korea is no longer a nuclear threat, the president says. Kim Jong-un is trustworthy, and our country's biggest enemy is journalists.
Yep.
Rules limiting any company from owning stations that taken together.
What do you think that means, Jimmy? As if that's the correct thing to say there. Don't you think it should be something like, that's unacceptable. Maybe we shouldn't have like a debate over this. Maybe we should be like, no, he's wrong. No debate. Sorry. Anti-American. Bam. There you go. Solved it. CNN should have been doing that 12 years ago. Not, what do you think the president means by this comment? Do you think he actually means that you and I, or the journalist, are a threat to this country? Is that what he really means? Or should we like infer some obscure bullshit of our own interpretation because it wouldn't fill an hour news segment if we just said he's anti-American. So now we have to pontificate on how fucking retarded this is.
They reach more than 39% of U.S.
And now, 12 years later, I have to debate people on how fucking retarded it is.
Households. The merger was approved after Nexstar aligned itself with the Trump administration by temporarily pulling Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air across its 28 ABC.
Like, why are we? I mean, this channel is obviously left leaning, right? I know that. It's just even stuff like this to me is just, why are we fucking acting like there's some sort of conversation here? Just fucking report it and be like, that's anti-American. Move on.
Affiliates after FCC Chair Brendan Carr threatened to revoke the licenses of broadcasters airing Kimmel. Former FBI Director Robert Mueller has died at the age of 81. He'd led the Bureau for 12 years under Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama. In 2007.
Yeah, I mean, as far as reporting on the news here, this is probably pretty good in my opinion. Even though obviously you know the bias when you're watching it, it does recognize its own bias, which is the best kind of bias or news communicator, which I think is good, important, positive. I would call this little news thing a positive thing online.
17, Mueller was named special prosecutor.
Like, for shits and gigs, like let's just one American news network. For shits and gigs, let's just go look at what someone might tell me. Well, actually, you should watch this instead, right? You know what I mean? Because it's somehow like identically in opposition. Probably what they would say. Which I can't even find anything recently. Here you go.
And welcome back. All right, we want to go take you live to Florida, where one of
Oh, it's fucking hookers and coke guy, dude. What happened to him? Orgy hookers and coke man, bro. He's fucking Lieutenant Dan.
And welcome back. All right, we want to go take you
What a stand-up guy, bro.
live to Florida,
A real American in between fucking, having hookers suck him off.
where one of America's David
As he does cocaine off their bellies.
Pollock on the ground covering a joint event by journalist Nick Shirley and former Congressman Madison Cawthorn about exposing fraud.
What are these? You're not... Don't get my legs in the shot.
David, what's going on?
Hey, look, we're having a great time here in Southwest Florida, Naples. Fantastic event. Look, it's Patriots against leering, right? The obvious fraud that this guy next to me exposes. It took this guy with a camera and a hoodie and a guy, right, to walk up to a place and say, wait a minute, you spelled learning wrong and you're supposed to be some kind of education center. And all of a sudden it's like, how did you find all this fraud?
Failure to keep hazardous items away from children. Fuck. Unbelievable, dude. Do we have any proof of fraud? Yeah. 95 violations. Range from failure to keep hazardous items away from children to no records for 16 children. No records meaning someone forgot to put the paperwork in the right place or literally a fraud. But state records show still received $7.8 million in federal tax money since 2019. Okay, so that is a lot of years. And then second, has this amounted to fraud? Oh, some violations were failure to request initial background checks on some staff members. Okay. That's expensive, by the way. Maybe the center decided to hire someone they knew and they didn't want to do a background check because guess what? Businesses have to pay money for those. So, I don't know. Look, I love when we insinuate stuff, even though there's like literally failure to keep personnel files. Oh no. My point is there any fucking fraud that we can prove here? I don't see any. But somehow I have to listen to these fucking retards. Like they're making an entire little expose with a retired Congress member who had to be pushed out because of his fucking hooker and cocaine abuse problems. Dude, what are we doing in my country? What is happening? Why? Why? Let's go through all of these. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll just go through every single one of these violations. Areas used by children were not in good repair. Okay. Crib mattresses, sheets did not meet safety requirements. This looks like, some shit that a libertarian or a psycho fucking pseudo-conservative would freak out over. What do you mean? Who the fuck cares? Written parental permission had not been obtained for administering medicine or topical products. Okay, so putting like Neosporin on a kid is a violation probably. The program did not follow healthcare providers' written instructions when administering prescription medication. You put the Neosporin on incorrectly? Cool. A licensing action was not posted in a prominent place. Cool. Children do not have daily access to all interest areas. I don't even know what the fuck that means. A teacher or assistant teacher did not directly supervise an aide. I think everything would fail that. Children were not placed within the correct age category. People sometimes make mistakes, clerical ones, when they put these things in. Probably what happened. Program violated the requirements for using an unqualified substitute. Sometimes you have to fucking figure shit out if someone is sick or like had an accident. I don't know. All staff did not complete ongoing training requirements. Dude, every company ever? Are these like this? There's no way prove fraud. Did not supervise children at all times. I don't know what that means. Maybe it was really bad. Who fucking knows? How corrected? Submitted and approved. Correction documentation. Got it. Do we have anything else that's like real? What about this? They were ordered to pay a fine for a background study violation. Wait, they had a background study? So they were given a fine because the background study expired and they just ignored it. But that means that this person did actually have one before. It's kind of like a food handler's card that lapses too far. Somehow that's supposed to mean billions of dollars in fraud, like this kind of insinuates. Right? Are we keeping kids safe? Or are we not really mandating what goes into our children learning centers?
Tell me about what that was like for you. Yeah, so I mean, if anyone
Yeah, tell me how many hookers it takes to get your boner up, dude.
Someone's running a daycare called
Do you crush the Viagra directly into the cocaine, or how's this work?
the Leering Center, something's not right. And we went
Yes, it's called the sign was made incorrectly, and signs are expensive, so they just rolled with it because it's not that important.
all throughout Minneapolis area, and there was no children at any of these daycares, and now it turns out that they're fraudulent. So
You definitely have not proven that. I don't see any fraud investigation actually happening into that daycare center. I do see a weak man trying to pawn off the fact that he thinks there's fraud. But, you know, for you to say that, you probably need to prove it, right? I mean, you can't just like stop at the claim, the assertion. Where's the fraud?
look, it was just the tip of the iceberg of the fraud.
If it was the tip of the iceberg, then where the hell is the rest of it, you fucking loser?
Well, it is the tip of the iceberg. And what's so interesting
Repeat it again for me, please, so we can really, really manifest it.
about it, and Madison, what a great event that you put together. Look, you're running for Congress here in a wonderful district, a super red district, and you said, hey, Nick.
I don't know. It's just lazy.
He's exposing fraud. He's helping secure elections. We're going to talk about that in a second.
He's fucking putting vending machines in every classroom. He's making recess all day. Look at this up-and-coming young man doing investigative journalism. Only half of it. The half where you make claims and then don't prove it.
Second, with what you're doing in California.
Who has time to do all that work?
And then you put this great event together, bring patriots from all over the place, all over the country, actually. So talk about how important it is.
You know, how come no one's talking about the fact that Trump literally got rid of the inspector generals in charge of finding fraud? Couldn't this kid have been able to continue and find the fraud better if Trump believed in finding fraud? Oh, wait. Then the inspector general will be able to come out and say, the kid didn't find any fraud, and we can't have that. We need to think that every Somali American in this country is somehow trying to embezzle or defraud billions or trillions of dollars, like Stephen Miller said, out of this country's coffers. Even though that's like the same number as Saudi Arabia's made-up investment, or like a quarter to the total amount of the entire military budget yearly going to like learning centers. I want to put a bullet in my brain sometimes, dude. It's like
To bring Nick here and have this conversation you guys are going to have.
violent fucking destruction of myself.
Absolutely. So, we are in the middle of a congressional run, but this event is less.
He's running for Congress again? Dude. You got to tell me where your parties are, bro. I will fucking show up. I will support.
About actually the campaign, and it's more so about the American people, because you saw what Nick Shirley was able to do. He's 23 years old. Remember, Tim Walz was just a few electoral votes away from being the vice president of the United States of America. Nick Shirley, with a cameraman, one person who gave tips, and his brave courage, went and destroyed the career of Tim Walz by exposing a $9 billion fraud scheme. And now ask yourselves, what would you be willing to do for $10 million? I mean, people would be willing to take someone's life. People would be willing to steal.
Yeah. Someone told me to change it. Is this you, Cawthorn?
Exposing a $9 billion fraud scheme.
$9 billion. At most, I'm being generous here. At most, I think in 2019, the primarily Somali ring of fraudulent behavior that was happening was, I'm being fucking so generous right now. So generous. 10 million max. And it's probably, I think, verifiably only about 1 to 1.4 million. 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion, like Stephen Miller said. I swear to God, these people have no idea what numbers are. They're just like, sounds right to me. 10 billion. Are you fucking kidding me? How fucking stupid are you?
And now ask yourselves, what would you be willing to do for $10 million? I mean,
I'd be willing to fucking hire hookers and have cocaine orgies like Mr. Cawthorn, the very man who's speaking right now. Where he, did a crypto rug pull and then did cocaine with like a fucking congressional staffer, even though he's married, and then hired hookers to fuck them. I don't know. What are you willing to do? Are you asking yourself?
people would be willing to take someone's life. People would be willing to steal.
Be willing to shill some shitcoin? Knowing people will get fucking, their lives ruined over it so you can fuck hookers with cocaine?
Things. It's like, oh, you give me $10 million? Yeah, I'll go do almost anything. They're more.
Stop telling us what you'll do, man. Come on. The projection's running deep now. Fucking quit while you're ahead.
Would be in question at that point. And now imagine what an entire state would be willing to do for $9
Think of the amount of cocaine, Mr. Cawthorn.
billion. So when you saw all
So much cocaine, your dick might work again.
these massive protests against ICE and these things, remember, that was just the pretext. Just like the Maoists, they say, show me the person, I'll show you the crime. They were trying to cover up the story about what Nick Shirley uncovered. So I wanted Nick to come down here to remind the people that a single voice can change the entire country.
Well, absolutely, and it has. So, Nick.
On a ghost city? Well, Malaysia's in the middle of a civil war right now, right? I can imagine how that might be a little so a lot of these countries, I want to be clear, so like a ghost city, and in China, for instance, which heavily, in Singapore, like it says here, they have a lot of influence over the politics in Malaysia, right? And don't they build infrastructure in cities so people can move into them in the future? But they do it on behalf of the government, right? So unlike in Western countries where private enterprise has to slowly build it up through development and its own costs, I'm pretty sure places like this just build it knowing that it's going to cost a lot of money, and then people will move there, right? And if the second part doesn't happen, it will happen eventually, but if the second part doesn't happen quick, it may look dumb. But I feel like this has worked out pretty heavily in China, right? As the poor, agrarian style area of China moves into these cities fairly quickly. I don't know if that'll happen the same way it does in Malaysia, but is this like a city right outside of the main area? Oh, it's designed by China. I think we have our answer. Yeah, China invested in this. They did it. And this is China's MO. They build ghost cities, and then hopefully they get moved into fast enough to really, make it worthwhile. And it works normally in China, but maybe they didn't really understand that a lot of Malaysia is literally very poor and not able to do that yet. China has massive growth in industry, right? So when people move to these new ghost cities, they get jobs. Like China is able to create a massive turnover, right? But I don't think Malaysia is anywhere near the same rate of development. So I think China may have jumped the gun on this one.
You did the viral video. I mean, did you know? How could you know? You didn't know. You do the video, and all of a sudden it explodes. I think it's probably one of the biggest videos ever in history, right?
What does that mean about also what the? I'm sorry. Biggest videos in history?
Yeah, it really is actually. In the first 7.
Wow, holy humility. Yeah, it really is the biggest video in history. It's bigger than Charlie Bit My Finger. Don't you know?
Days across all platforms, it did 4 billion views.
I don't know how to get a tie that fits my body length. My tie doesn't even reach my fucking crotch, my zipper. Come on, bro. You make millions because you have the most watched video in history. Uncover all this fraud. You don't even know how to fucking put a tie on.
Yeah, and I've never seen a video get over 100.
Also, what is that knot, dude? Who buys wide ties? Look, the guy on the right here, he's got a slick tie you can wear to the club. This dude literally has the 50s fucking, 12 Angry Men fucking tie going on here. What are you doing? How many knots do you need, bro? It's so thick.
50 million views on X as well. So
I know,
it's
it's
pretty
just
remarkable to see how many people actually
look, even cocaine fucking, Harry Styles over here has the correct tie, bro.
cared about fraud being exposed because we all knew.
Bro. Dude, he's got literally the fucking double or triple Windsor right now, bro. Do a half Windsor. He's got this one. He's got the fucking triple. You know what I mean? What are we doing? The triple Windsor, bro. Is there a quadruple one? I bet this guy's hitting that one at least.
It was happening, but for a long time, nobody could actually see it with their eyes. And so that's what we try to do and show people.
Try and failed you did. Except here we are at a Madison Cawthorn event. A dude literally investigated for fraud, talking about exposing fraud.
What's going on is not right. And
I agree.
A lot of people had to learn the hard way.
Well, let's talk about why I think it went so viral. I mean, I'm sure you've...
Because it fits the paradigm of outrage perfectly with conservative ideology right now, or at least pseudo-conservative ideology that's gripped this country in a culture war based on their vibes and fifis. What else do we want to say here? It's the perfect brand of xenophobic nonsense mixed with misleading statistics and, fraudulent anti-government fucking, ideology. But with a white dude that looks like he was dressed by his mom. It's perfect.
thought about it too. Like, what did I do? How do I reproduce that, right? Everybody
Have your mom dress you?
who creates content wants to say, how do I reproduce virality?
That is not the right way to go about doing this, isn't it? Shouldn't you be like, how do I be a better journalist? No. How do I make everything viral? How do I like do that when I want to try and expose fraud that inevitably will ruin people's lives if they deserve it or not? No, it's how do I fucking go viral, bro?
I think it went so viral because Americans are sick of being lied to. You know, at
One way to put it.
OAN, we tell the truth. A lot of networks don't. And I think Americans are sick.
Just snuck that in there, didn't you? We tell the truth here. We tell the truth. And that's why I have a dude next to me whose dick doesn't work, but still tried to fucking down 6-8 balls with his fucking assistant staffer and shield a shitcoin. We tell the truth.
Of being lied to. They feel something's wrong. And it took
I'll tell you what doesn't get felt. Mr. Cawthorn's wee-wee.
you doing what journalists have forgotten their job is
He's about to Lieutenant Dan out of this fucking room. That's what I'm... fucking waddle.
to do. And you went and said, hold on, I'm just here to ask questions. All you did was ask questions about allegations of
protein
fraud that
shake.
anybody could have asked those questions about, yet it was ignored. You asked the questions. You went viral. Why do you think it went so viral? Do you think it's because people are desperate for real?
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's getting way too accurate. They are desperate.
True information and investigations? What do you think?
Yes, that's a big part of it, and people know that fraud's happening.
If you're desperate to find true fraud, you're doing it wrong. Right? Why are you desperate for this? What is the point of being desperate here? Desperation implies that you can't find any. Correct? What is the point there? These people can't even like lie properly.
But they couldn't see it with their own eyes. And there's a story that nobody was really getting out into the public. People had talked about the fraud, but they had never gone and done an expose.
Not true. Someone did in 2019, 5 years earlier than this, found fraud, and they were convicted and indicted. So, local news reported on it. They couldn't find any more. Here you are, though, doing literally nothing. And then you rely on the fraud that was convicted in 2019 to then go on and say, look, there must be fraud because they were convicted then. Wow.
In that way where people could physically see that these daycares are being ran
They
fraudulent.
found more fraud in 2022. I mean, I can imagine there's always fraud every year, but like the particular Somali one was in 2019, right? And it was like maximum 1.4 million. And then because it was like 40 something Somalis, like they're overrepresented now, right? Within the fraud of this kind. So I thought the investigation started in 2019. Am I wrong there? I'm pretty sure it started in 2019. They didn't get convicted until 2022. I thought it was before that. I don't know. I thought the budget for this grew before COVID. So yeah, over time, more individuals were convicted, but taking shape around 2020. But in 2019 is when the investigation started. Oh my God. There we go. But it was being investigated, right? So it's all one case. It happened over time. Oh. This is the senior one. This isn't even the kids one. This is a completely different fraud. The autism one? I think this is one I'm thinking of, right? No, daycare centers, that's right. That's right, the Al-Shabaab thing. That's funny. That's because they're overrepresented.
And people are literally making millions and millions of dollars. Meanwhile, mothers are taking their kids to daycares, but they're paying the full price. And so people are being defrauded by these schemes. Now you see autism, adult daycare, home health care, and the daycares, obviously. They're quite literally using children, autistic people, people with autism, and elderly that are disabled to defraud Americans of billions of dollars.
And you know, you brought up a really good point, and that's the
Billions, dude. He says billions. That's so much money, bro. I just... I don't think that's true either. You got to remember, most things like that are not. It's not. It has nothing to do with them being Italian. Why did Italian? Oh, it's you're okay. Like the whole point of like the mafia or the yakuza or really any gang is it starts off as like a protection thing or like a power thing within one's community. When a group of people feel like they aren't represented at all by, say, local government or decision making or money, business, whatever, people will group together to make their own little communities, right? Sometimes they may take the form of a gang. Sometimes they become notorious and function as like little cities or little states in their own. So, yeah, that's fundamental attribution error in action right there, eh? It's the thing I try and say a lot when it comes to like the trans argument too. It's like, you know, if a Christian stole a bunch of money, it'd be really dumb if I was like, look, Christians steal a bunch of money. I mean, isn't it obvious? Look at how much money this Christian stole. It's like, are you fucking stupid? Hey, Cyber, sorry, you probably just came in right when I said that.
people that this takes away from, right? It's not so much that, I mean, the fraud is bad, but the people who really need it, the people who are paying full price for daycare.
These are the orcs at the gate. You are not public enemies. These are the orcs at the gate. You are not called to love the barbarian horde that is planning to break into your city and, you know, pillage, plunder, rape, and mutilate you and your people. Right. You don't love that horde. That is your enemy, and you pray.
Who the hell is he talking about?
This is where you have imprecatory psalms. This is where you pray strongly. The psalmist is not shy. God, destroy them. Make them as dung on the ground.
Yeah, the psalmist is not really a morally good thing either, right? I mean, he doesn't just say that. He says we should smash the heads of babies against rocks, right? I mean, how do you know a baby is raping and pillaging, right? Just because the psalmist is not shy doesn't mean that what he's saying is good.
Right? So, but Madison and I were talking about that. And so I say, even in the debate, I think you might have seen it, but that I had on campus the other day, I pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising.
Oh. The context is lament. But, you know, because of the imagined suffering that took place in their life, right? I know what it's about. But, yeah, I was going to say, lament here, if you externalize your sorrow into the very same thing that you are lamenting over, that's a you problem, right? One way to keep this circle going forever.
Leading him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified.
Isn't James Tallarico a firm believer in Jesus Christ? I'm pretty sure he's genuinely given himself to Jesus Christ, right? So why are these dudes debating whether or not he's going to be crucified with Christ? Wait, why would you want to crucify him with Christ? Isn't that like demeaning to Jesus here? What the fuck does that mean? Are you going to be the Romans in this scenario? What the fuck is going on? No one should be crucified with Christ, or else the sacrifice is meaningless, right? He's the one who died for you. Why the fuck would you want someone else to do that as well? No one else is Jesus. I don't get it.
With Christ.
That's exactly right.
I want him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Tallarico of Tarsus.
Yes,
That's what I want.
No one wants him to be crucified with Christ. He was there regardless. There is no want. It's a lesson from the fact that he was there.
Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life.
Yeah, like, what the hell is going on here? What do you mean we want him to be crucified with Christ? What the fuck?
Yeah. Right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary.
Okay, isn't that just like you saying, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what it is now. It's just my vibes. Stop him doing what? Spreading the gospel? That's what he's doing, right? I don't even know. I've never watched James Tallarico. I don't even know him that much. All I know is that he says things that are conventionally not like Christian nationalists, right? I mean, it's a valid concern because this dude's a fucking loser. I mean, no amount of cop mustache is going to fix that fucking stupid-ass child look on his face, but...
The Siri, oh God.
That guy sucked. I could have went my whole life without ever listening to him.
The people.
We want him crucified with Christ. I just can't think of a more like, heretical thing.
Actually work and pay the taxes that are being redistributed to these centers of leering. Those are the real victims here, is the people who are not getting the benefits. So when you are looking into these situations, right, you're saying, oh, okay, this money needs to go somewhere else.
What's your process? Is it to like get the facts, or is it to just walk up to random doors with a camera and uncomfortably accuse them of stuff so they become defensive and have no idea what the fuck you're doing? And are you wearing a triple Windsor when you do this?
You said, wait, Minnesota, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And the Justice Department said, that's just the tip of the iceberg. You've been in California now, too. And what you found in California, coincidentally with the Somali community,
was not as popular. I wonder why. You did your job. And you're not actually doing journalism. The moral panic already happened. You gotta find the next train, dude.
is shockingly similar to what you see in Minnesota, just bigger, right?
Yeah, there you have a whole separate group of fraud taking place, especially with locations with their hospice fraud, these home health care. I mean, there was I believe over 1,000% increase in hospices in the LA.
This is because no one wants to take care of their parents, and the elderly are easily taken advantage of. So it makes sense to see a lot of fraud surrounding where the elderly would be. the amount of money these places charge is directly related to the lack of care that people have for their elderly parents. Unfortunately.
area? I mean, is there 1,000% of an increase of?
This is my problem with why I call Trump a fascist, Cyber, because Trump is mobilizing people like this man, and then in turn these movements mobilize themselves at a certain point because this.
We are honored to come before your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart and mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. I pray for your.
I pray that you make Tallarico the Saul of Tarsus, and you crucify him with Christ.
Grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus'
Now, we're not pure because of our goodness. We're purified because of the goodness of Jesus Christ. And we receive that. Ecclesiastes 9, verse 8. Let thy garments be always white, and let thy head lack no ointment.
Why are her eyes so black? If anyone's the Antichrist, this woman has got to be it, dude. I just realized that she has some of the blackest eyes I've ever seen in my entire life. Can we crucify her? Upside down? Away from Jesus? Is that possible?
So in other words, we know our garments are salvation.
They're not even hazel, bro. This woman would scare the fuck out of me in person. I'd be like, oh God. Like, there's not even like a good fucking, Allman Brothers band song here. Brown eyes or whatever. It's literally black.
And we're wrapped in robes of righteousness. So we put on the garment of salvation, the robe of righteousness, and let our head be anointed.
Crucify me.
Let the oil of God flow over you every single day. Get rid of the bitterness.
Oh yeah, are you saying her pupils are fucking just like boom? They're black because she's fucking on so much amphetamine that like she never got rid of those diet pills.
The jealousy. Get rid of the things that weigh you down. The fear, the negativity, the bad attitude.
Okay. Paula White gives Paula White advice. Right? Correct?
Watch Paula White this.
Wait.
Mahanda akasata, reke yamanda raboko sokota, ronda yakande eke seke la mama manda rabakase, meta rabakande la babakaso, yalamana niana no, sakayato yakande, yamakato yabatadia city akano yakatara city.
Dude, he's like, fuck, how does she practice this, bro? She's like a bass guitar. Like double bass.
Power!
Perfect timing.
Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda.
Old people dying? No. Like there's a bunch of these irregularities across.
Mobilized. She leads, by the way. I just want everyone to know the amount of trouble this country is in because Trump made it very clear who leads The White House Faith Council. Okay. Yeah. Where is it? There she is, dude. So the White House Faith Council, all right, is being led by that woman, Paula White. She's great. She's fucking sick, dude. Where the hell is it, by the way? No, not base partnerships. Where the fuck is the goddamn Faith Council, bro? That's what I want. Where the hell is it? You bitch. It's the language of the angels. Oh, here it is. Establishment of the White House Faith Council. Got it. So we're gonna go down. I've read this entire thing. I hate it. It sucks. I think in this order exactly, he doesn't cite who's gonna lead it, right? It's further down in the next one. This one, or the fact sheet. Where are the peeps? You motherfucker. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Religious Liberty Commission, right? Or not. Anyways, she leads it. I can't find it because it's just like all over the place. It fucking sucks. God damn it, bro. It doesn't matter. Just take my word for it. I'm done.
The country.
That woman who speaks in tongues, who has black eyes because she's on way too many diet pills, leads the White House Faith Council.
And now people are starting to realize, okay, if we're doing an increase of 10,000%, like we are for autism Medicaid payments, there's something fraudulent taking place.
Well, look, I love the work you're doing. I think you're doing an amazing.
No, you have to prove the fraudulent, the fraud. I'm not going to trust your word when you can't even dress yourself and you have a triple Windsor knot. You pasty fucking fuckless white kid, dude. Come on.
Amazing job. Keep it up.
Jesus
you are
Christ,
proving that journalism has a place and it doesn't fit into these traditional media models.
Yep, it fits into the one of online hysteria, I guess. It's like the 1980s again.
You are doing what they should be doing, and hopefully you start paying attention. So good on you, and I look forward to the next viral report. Let's break, $1 trillion next time, right?
Maybe we'll try.
Can we at least prove the goddamn fucking...
For $1 trillion, that's a lot, but we'll try.
It's good to talk to you, man. And hey, Madison, thank
Must
you
be
so
fun.
much. What is your final takeaway on this event? What do
You know what? One, I will say Nick Shirley has a spine. And remember, if everyone said in public
Nick Shirley has a
what we all say in private, like Nick does, this country would change overnight. And someone like David Pollack coming down here to an event like this to make sure OAN can get this message out for Americans to remember that you can make a difference. It's what the elites are terrified of you remembering. Get out.
No, he didn't. He didn't do shit.
Stay loud, speak up,
He
and
literally
make
didn't
sure
do
that you
shit.
save this country. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Hey, from sunny Southwest Florida.
Well, that was quite the endeavor. I guess some people do. You're not going to find that from me, though. Are you trying to get fucked and shat on again, Bogos, or what, dude? Why are you talking about people that aren't me? Ooh. Look at that string shake, bro. Dude, sometimes, like, is this an A string? Yeah, it is. Dude, look at this fucking... this string. That thing's just like... Oh my fucking god. Well, that wouldn't make you a Nazi, that's for sure.
Last month, I replied to Andrew Wilson's criticisms of me that he made on the Patrick Bet-David show. And the responses from him and some of the other people I criticized in that episode ranged from the unusual to the unhinged. So in today's episode, I'm going to go through those responses and restate why I consider this issue so important and not just something we can agree to disagree about. All right, so to give you a little context, Andrew Wilson said I and Lila Rose belong to a group he calls Sewing Circle Christians, who care more about appeasing liberals by criticizing Christians who swear, for example, instead of uniting with those Christians to combat degenerates.
But I never see him surrounded with a panel of like the worst degenerates on earth debating all of their worldviews simultaneously, but they have tons of criticisms for people who do.
But that's not my position. As I made clear in my response to Andrew, I'm all in favor of doing whatever it takes to combat error and evil, except for using sinful methods like verbally abusing people. And to make sure I didn't misunderstand Andrew, I sent him the script for my episode ahead of time, and I incorporated almost all his replies into the final episode. So I was baffled when I saw him post on X afterwards that he considered my response fundamentally dishonest. However, Andrew's response paled in comparison to others, especially Jay Dyer. In one part of my episode, I criticized Dyer for calling Talbert Swan Tilda Swinton. He wasn't being abusive, but it is annoying and silly for someone who wants to publicly defend the Christian faith on a large platform. But then Dyer said on X, Trent Horn virtue signals over me calling a fake black activist bishop a fake bishop. But I didn't say that. This is either a lie or an ignorant falsehood. So I told Jay, I accurately pointed out your embarrassing behavior, which in this case was calling Talbert Swan Tilda Swinton. I said nothing about the title of bishop. This is yet another example of you behaving like an overgrown 12-year-old instead of a mature man of God. Grow up. Notice my reply is not verbal abuse. It's a fraternal correction rooted in objective facts about how Dyer was conducting himself. It's the same correction I gave Nick Fuentes regarding his abusive behavior towards my family.
Oh, my family. You attacked my family. You called my wife a bitch. Well, okay, you're a bitch. She's a bitch. You're a couple of bitch. You and your wife and your whole family.
What the fuck?
You got a whole family of whiny, lying. Is that better?
Well, what would be better is if you submitted yourself to a spiritual director, maybe someone like Father Ripperger, so you can learn to behave in an actually Christ-like way and not like an overgrown 12-year-old screaming into his Xbox Live headset. Once again, fraternal correction is not the same as abusive insults, and any mature person can see the difference. But after giving this kind of correction to Jay Dyer, he completely lost it. He immediately blocked me and went on a tirade of posts, including one where he simply says, "Hey Trent, F-word you." And this kind of language isn't unusual for Jay, though I would ask him if the Orthodox monks on Mount Athos talk like he does. And I'm going to be blunt. If a person consistently has this kind of anger in his heart, he will not go to heaven. What concerns me is that Dyer, Wilson, and other commenters like them cultivate this sinful attitude among their audiences. And that can lead to damnation for many of their followers if they fall down the rabbit hole of hatred and malice. What amazes me about everyone who says I'm tone policing is that when I watch their response videos, they just stare at their screen as I read off Bible verse after Bible verse that says Christians should not act like the way they act. And they have no response, or they use the craziest exegetical gymnastics to get around the text. Here's part of Jay's reaction. Dropping an F-bomb to insult somebody, like Andrew does in this clip.
I will never be able to convince you of my worldview. Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too f***ing stupid to understand them.
St. Paul repeatedly says that overseers in the church must be gentle and not quarrelsome or violent, and that all Christians must put away anger, wrath, malice, slander, and foul talk from their mouth. Jesus said in Matthew 5:22, "Whoever insults his brother shall be liable to the council, and whoever says, 'You fool,' shall be liable to the hell of fire." And 2 Timothy chapter 2 said,
Yeah, the text is not making a joke or making fun of people. The text is accuses his brother and thus liable to the council. So
wait, was Andrew making fun of her there? I don't think there's any humor in that.
So that's some Roman Catholic translation.
Notice that Jay has to sit in silence at the verses which describe how Christians should act, because he consistently does not act like that. Second, Matthew 5:22 doesn't have the Greek word kategoreo, which means accuse, though that word does appear in Matthew 12:10 and Matthew 27:12. An accuser is mentioned in Matthew 5:25 in a different context and situation. But the Greek of Matthew 5:22, the verse I read.
To be clear, the word Satan, is commonly in the Old Testament. The Hebrew is accuser, the accused, someone who sits on the council and accuses.
Referenced just records Jesus saying anyone who becomes angry or enraged with his brother or gizomenos is liable to judgment, and anyone who says or calls, not accuse, but merely says his brother is a raka or fool will be liable to the Sanhedrin and hell of fire. And this isn't some Catholic translation, because the same translation can be found in the
hell of fire.
He says his brother is a raka.
Actually translate that. Actually, Matthew's pretty much annihilationism, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Gehenna. That's right. A little bit of crossover between these two, right? Matthew is Jewish. New Testament scripture renegotiated to mean something else, but Matthew's talking about Gehenna. Kind of unclear. I know Matthew's someone that, early Judaism and Greco-Roman period rule before Jesus was primarily like the birth of where hell came from, because early Jews wanted to make sure that the Romans, people who were subjugating them, would punish ultimately because they disagreed with the rule. But it's primarily where it comes from.
Or fool will be liable to the Sanhedrin and hell of fire. And this isn't some Catholic translation, because the same translation can be found in the Orthodox Study Bible. Another point my profane critics made was that I was inconsistent, because I thought Stephen Colbert's joke with Philip Zimbardo, where he said, "I teach Sunday school, mother effer," was okay. But most people recognize that Colbert was speaking comedically in an over-the-top way.
It's called ironic. He
wasn't angrily calling Zimbardo an MFer, like how Dyer said F you to me with anger, or other apologists online who I've seen use language like F you effing F slur. At worst, all this critique proves is I was incorrect in where we should draw the line between colorful speech and sinful speech. Not that there is no line to be drawn, or that these profane critics don't gratuitously go over the line in their own abusive behavior. Another thing these critics do is ignore the Bible's commands to be gentle by saying they're allowed to imitate the prophets, apostles, and Christ himself, who they say allegedly mocked people. That's the claim Sam Shamoun made when he was on Bryce Crawford's podcast recently. But let me give you an analogy to show why this method doesn't work. Imagine I told my children, don't steal and destroy books from the library. Then one day they start stealing books because they saw me take a pornographic book and destroy it. I'd tell them, I appreciate you trying to be.
Now, needless to say, Israel has become more and more unhinged and insane over time. And now, I just think there's no hope. It is a depraved society, the likes of which, honestly, we probably haven't seen.
Depraved? What? Bro. It's almost impossible to defend the government, but like depraved society? Like, motherfucker, the US right now is, you know, in the middle of a war with Iran. Just bombed like a fucking school full of children, right? Everything the government does is something I disagree with, but I can't really stop it, so I don't know.
Since the Nazis.
Weird thing to say.
And I mean that. So at the same time, about 35% of Americans support this illegal and offensive war against Iran. The number in Israel is 82%. 82.
Really? Okay. Where does this data come from? Ah. Viterbi. Okay. Herman. I know this person. She wrote the study in wow, 500 people. Good job. How did they break down? I mean, this is what's it called again? The Viterbi or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, Viterbi is one of the larger ones, but like 500 people is all you're doing this off of? And it's what, telephone interviews? If it's telephone interviews, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind right now, dude. Hey, Dennis. This.
Society, and I mean that. So at the same time, about 35% of Americans support this illegal and offensive war against Iran. The number in Israel is 82%.
I don't think that's accurate. 500 respondents. That's where he's getting it from. A sample size of 500 people. And I'm assuming he's using the 82% is for interest of U.S. and Israel are very strongly or fairly strongly aligned in the joint operation. Just over a quarter, but less than a third think that each of these goals can be attained. So I don't know. He's kind of like, I just realized he's bastardizing this. This is not what this says. Yeah, I mean, that's his claim, but that's not what this says. So. I'm sorry, 500 is too small. The fuck? ChatGPT is fucking wrong right now. I mean, obviously you can ratio these things, and based on how you apply this statistical inference or like statistical modeling with weighting, like it's saying there, good. But ultimately, a small sample size is a problem in and of itself. You can't just like fucking get 5 people, you know, and then expect that you can outweight that. It's fucking retarded. That Israel supports this war, 82%.
About 35% of Americans support this illegal and offensive war against Iran. The number in Israel is 82%.
So 82% of Israelis support this, you know, illegal war. Again, wild claim. It was 599 adults, 500 interviewed in Hebrew, 99 in Arabic. Okay, so that doesn't even mean Jewish. They just were interviewed in Hebrew, and then everyone who answers in Hebrew is assumed to be Jewish? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Is that what I'm getting out of this? They just assume everyone who answered the fucking thing in Hebrew is Jewish? It's an opt-in online panel too? Okay. So it's not even like randomized. It's straight up a fucking website where, I mean, This is an opt-in online poll. Like, if more people who are, support more extreme Zionistic policies use iPanel, right? More of them community-wise use that website, then you're going to have major fucking bias problems here. It's not randomized at all. It's literally sign up and opt in to get the survey. What the fuck? It's like asking Fox News to send out a fucking email to people who subscribe to Fox News and being like, oh, what do you think about this? The fuck are we doing? Yeah. It's kind of like that. Imagine if Speakeasy sent out a fucking, poll to his audience and then was like, then went on to be like, the entirety of America thinks this way. Huh? What are we doing? This survey's claim represents the entire Israeli adult public, rests on an online volunteer panel with limited public disclosure. And here's Kyle Kalinske using that very statistic. It never gets better when you go deeper into this shit, dude. I swear to God. Statistics is like fundamentally fucking brain broken for people. I cannot describe this problem enough. People have no idea what they're talking about when they talk about statistics. It's fucking wild, dude. It doesn't even give you an age breakdown. We can reliably chuck this entire fucking thing into the trash. That's all I'm going to say. All right?
82. So you genuinely have like a society-wide problem, okay?
I can't even watch this anymore.
Okay, so.
Imagine making an entire video that's foundationally fucking anchored in a meaningless, ultimately fucking fabricated, stupid-ass statistic like that. Fucking Christ, bro. That hurts.
Well, gang, it's official.
No, but he's trying to make a society-wide claim right now about Israel supporting all of this shit when that's just not true. And I have a feeling before it even started that wasn't true, and then he's using data that's completely fucking inappropriate and irresponsible to say and claim it's true.
Doge killed a Holocaust archival project because that kind of thing is way too DEI for grant funding.
Specifically focused on Jewish cultures and amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture.
No, it's not true. An opt-in online panel that doesn't even have an age breakdown? Fuck that, dude. It's fucking retarded.
They also nixed an HVAC system upgrade at a North Carolina museum because AI flagged it as DEI. But a lawsuit forced the people behind these decisions to testify on camera. The plaintiffs are a group of historians, archivists, and librarians, so naturally they uploaded all the primary sources to YouTube until a federal judge ordered them to take it down. But not before we got our hands on it. I watched all 23 hours of the Doge tapes, so you don't have to. So let's break down the inner workings of Doge that these tapes reveal, how a federal agency unraveled in 22 days, why projects like a Holocaust archive got labeled DEI, and what this all means for the lawsuit trying to hold the Doge Bros accountable. The National Endowment for the Humanities, known as NEH, is a small federal agency that funds things like museums, archives, research, and cultural preservation projects across the country. Groups like the American Historical Association and the Modern Language Association rely on that funding to support historians, scholars, and public education. And we're not talking about massive spending here. NEH's entire annual budget is about $207 million, which if you compare that to something like, I don't know, what Elon Musk makes in a year, is so small that you have to write it in scientific notation. These groups contend that Doge seized control of NEH and unlawfully canceled more than $100 million in congressionally approved humanities grants. The cancellations forced armies of historians, librarians, preservationists, and civil servants to halt research, lay off staff, and abandon work already in progress. At the center of the case is how those grant cancellations happened. Discovery in the lawsuit alleges that Doge staff took over the subject matter-driven institution without any relevant subject matter expertise. I mean, just look at this kid. But it gets worse, because they allegedly used a flawed ChatGPT-based process to flag grants as related to diversity, equity, and inclusion to terminate them en masse, in some cases wiping out roughly 97% of NEH funding.
So you used an LLM to screen the grant descriptions for certain terms?
Yes.
Okay.
The plaintiffs argue that these grant terminations violated the First Amendment by targeting grants for their viewpoints and perceived political associations, that they violated the Equal Protection Guarantee by classifying grants based on race, sex, and other constitutionally protected characteristics, and that Doge made and executed the termination decision without any legal authority in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act. Predictably, the government's response frames the NEH cuts as part of a broader effort to cut federal spending and eliminate certain programs. So that's what the plaintiffs allege. But the deposition tapes give us new insight into how exactly all of this went down. It all starts on March 12, 2025, when Doge's small agencies team sat down with NEH leadership. The team was led by this guy, Nate Kavanaugh. At the time, the NEH was being run by Michael McDonald, who had been general counsel at NEH for more than 2 decades. He got the job as acting chair after President Trump asked the Biden-appointed chair, Shelley Lowe, to step down. Now, Doge's Wonder Boy Kavanaugh isn't a traditional NEH history nerd. His background is in finance, not humanities or grant making. He didn't have a background in diplomacy either, but somehow he was later also installed as head of the United States Institute of Peace during a separate Doge takeover, a move that itself triggered legal challenges over whether those actions were lawful. In contrast, the acting head of the agency at the time, Michael McDonald, had spent his whole career at NEH. He knew its grants, its grantees, its legal obligations, and what exactly is at stake. All of which makes it odd that McDonald would essentially hand Doge the keys to the family Hyundai.
And what do they say to you about their intent?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I think it's because of a few things, maybe. Entertainment as news becoming wildly more popular. Restrictions on what news can and can't say. I'm assuming in Germany the news is held to a higher legal standard. In the US, we kind of abdicated that when we allowed, news agencies like Fox News to say that they're not news, they're just entertainment, right? I'm sure that has an effect on exactly the approach they take, and then has a downstream effect, creating precedent for not just Fox News, but every other news source. And a little bit more of a psychological selling happening instead of a news selling. News can be boring. Entertainment news is not. I mean, I'm not really sure. You definitely have to look hard right now, I think, in the US to make sure you can get your news, or even whenever you do get news, you have to take like extra steps to always make sure that you're you're trying to get the full scope, because you will not get it in the US right now, I feel like. Like when I listen to things, I don't really do it on stream too much because it'd be boring. Like, I'm serious. I try not to do it as much because I don't want to bore the shit out of people who are watching. But off stream, you know, like that survey thing that I probably wouldn't have stopped with what I found already. I would have went further. I would have figured out exactly what kind of person even makes an account with iPanel. We're talking just a massive digging deep to see if that fucking survey is worth anything. But that would be boring. But I will say that it's really hard to just get the full scope of anything in the US right now because of what you just described, that's for sure. I don't really blame people for not doing the extra steps too, right? Because that's fucking annoying. It's fucking a painful experience, but thankfully I love hurting myself, so I just do it anyway. Haha.
The scope of work here. What do you mean?
They were going to what they said was, again, they repeated that they were here as consultants.
Ooh. I used to do that. I did that at some of my clients. Walk into the warehouse, like, I'm a consultant. They want me to fire you.
They were here to take a look at the
operations, the logistics. See if
grants.
There's anything that we could potentially lower cost with.
That have been made, take a look at the contracts, and take a look at the staffing situation, and that they would be assisting.
Improving efficiency, stabilizing costs.
Me as acting chairman and making decisions to reduce the workforce, to eliminate grants, and to cancel contracts, ongoing contracts.
Did you push back on any of those plans in that meeting?
Objection.
No.
What McDonald did not know at the time and would only learn later in the deposition room was what Doge planned on doing with that data. And look, in the age of AI, databases are power. You're probably on a bunch of them, and anybody with a credit card and an internet connection can pay to access them. So now is probably a good time to wipe all your personal.
Let's see. I have an hour left. I'm gonna stop my stream here, guys. For everyone who's watching, I hope you all have a wonderful night. And yeah, we can play it pretty soon. I see you on every now and then, so I'll just message you, I guess, whenever I feel like playing. Because I do want to play it again. I've been itching to play like another game that's like, I don't know, you know, strategy like shit, so my brain like can do stuff. But thank you all for watching. It was a fun day today. I learned so much. I learned that a certain cryptocurrency scamming, cocaine addicted hooker man is running for Congress again. And even the most popular liberals can fall for the dumbest statistical stuff. And that we have the literal Antichrist that speaks in tongues as our leading faith officer.